Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the August 16th, 2012 meeting of the Goffstown Planning Board. We will start with the introductions from Brian.
I'm Brian Rose. I'm the Planning and Zoning Administrator.
Bill Devanza, Selectman.
Richard Meany.
Mark Warden.
Gail Breck, Recording Secretary.
Tim Redmond, Chairman.
John Heichel, Vice Chair.
Barbara Griffin.
Brian Hanson.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. First order of business tonight is the minutes from the last meeting, which was July the 12th, 2012. Anybody have any corrections or changes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Yeah, second.
Motion by Richard to approve the minutes as presented, seconded by John. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We have two abstentions, Barbara and Mark, and I voted in the affirmative. So it is 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a surety acceptance for Holly Street Extension, map 14, lot 9. It was in your packet, or was it on the table, Brian?
I think it's on the table.
Was it on the table?
That's on the table.
Okay. I gotta find it. Have it here. I can't find it.
Actually, I think it may have been in your packet.
That's what I thought. Anyway, Brian, could you give us a quick rundown on that, please? Yeah, I have it. Here somewhere, I'll find it.
I apologize, I don't have the actual bond in front of me, but essentially it's a bond acceptance request for the Holly Street extension. It's in the order of $70-something thousand. It's not a large project, it's just to extend the road so that it can go past 2 lots, one on each side of the road. And this project actually is already underway. The bond came in and they had wanted to go right away, and Megan gave them the okay to start once the bond came in. So really this is just kind of a formality to accept the bond. That's it.
All right, the question I have, Brian, is when was this project approved? Also, do you have the date?
It was last year. I don't recall the actual date when it was approved. It was a subdivision of a lot that had 1 house on it, and they wanted to do 2 additional duplex lots. And so they're underway. They're building the road road itself, and the subdivision plan was recorded, I think, earlier this year. So they finalized all their conditions of approval and got the plan signed and recorded.
Brian, I'd like to ask Megan to speak to this, if I would, please. Meg? I know you're back there.
She walked in after we began. I
Megan,
think it's fair
we're
to
talking
tell
about
her.
Holly Street Extension.
Yes.
How long have they been working up there?
I thought they were, I haven't heard much
Couple
going on. I
months.
thought they were done over there. Mike Garrigo and Alex King were doing the inspections up there. They had a short extension of the road to do.
This is what my question, this was approved quite some time ago, correct?
Yeah, I wanna say the work is done, but I'm not 100% sure. I wanna say it's bindered.
So why are we just getting a bond submission for a project that's finished, that should have been done before they were allowed to break ground?
There were some issues with the bond. I'm trying to remember what happened.
They had submitted it, and we had said, okay, we've got the bond. You know, they were essentially rearing to go, and they had their contractors all lined up. So we said, okay, it's a simple formality to put this to the board for acceptance of the bond, and, you know, go ahead and start work. And then after I had gotten the bond and taken a look at it, it wasn't exactly the language that the town requires. So I brought that to their attention, and, you know, that's kind of the delay that ended up happening from that, so.
All right, well, I have my opinion. I'd like to know if anybody on this board has an opinion regarding accepting a bond when the project is finished. It should have been accepted before they started. Phil?
So I have a question. If
Go
we
ahead.
accept the bond today, when are they gonna come in and request that
The maintenance
be
bond.
released?
At the point when the town accepts the road itself, so when, we haven't accepted the road improvements yet, so they'll come in whenever they're fully finished, asking for it to be reduced down to 10% for the maintenance bond. But we should,
Anybody else have any comments? Barbara?
I understand your concern with the process. However, it would appear that at a minimum, these people have paid for a bond that's been in existence since June. We've had a limited number of meetings. Is this the corrected or the first version of the bond?
this is the correct, well, this is the version that's to be
Complies
accepted.
with it.
Yeah.
So there has been a bond in place, so we haven't really enforced it since at least this date that these
Right.
people have been paying for, right?
Right.
Can I ask Megan a question? Megan, do you expect that this road is gonna be accepted this year?
The only thing I'm not sure about is because it's such a short extension, we typically would base in 1 year and top the following year.
Right.
And I know I talked to Alex about that, we were gonna discuss that with Carl, because I think the contractor wanted to base and top in the same year.
But isn't there some drainage on this extension that they had to deal with?
The only drainage was a small little detention pond on
Private.
the right upper lot, I believe.
But it was
It was gonna be
private, but
private.
it was
It was
still
private. There
some
was no-
drainage.
The only utilities was a sewer extension and a water main extension and maybe a hydrant relocation. I think everything got bumped up to the end of the road, but there was no catch basins or drainage pipes that were installed.
On town stuff, okay. I guess, you know, I think it needs to be taken care of before they start, but I'd rather accept the bond, so there's no question if we have to call it, than leave it languishing for another meeting. That would be my preference.
Can I just say, I just wanna let you know, I agree with you, we like to have all the paperwork done ahead of time, and there was a lot of argument going on, and I was completely ready to pull the plug, and we threatened that, and we kinda got strung along, like, it'll be there tomorrow, I'm getting it today, you know, like, and the contractor saying, I'll be done this road, and literally, like, from beginning to end, it was like 2 weeks. I mean, there was such minimal work out there that the paperwork argument back and forth happened while they were doing their work, and I did threaten to shut them down, and we had talked about that, but Brian felt as though it was minor language change, and the bond we had up front was a bond, it was just, we were clarifying it for ourselves, and we kinda said, should we do this, should we not, because by the time we clarified the bond language, we knew that the work would kinda be done. So I apologize that you're frustrated, I agree, and Brian and I definitely discussed pulling the plug and sending them away from the site, because we didn't find out about the language issue until they had already mobilized and started, and for them, it was a quick, like, 2-week job.
Okay, thank you, Megan. John,
How close to completion is this now? Is this,
talking about they want to put base coat and top coat this year, which means they're going to have to have their bond reduced to the 10% surety, probably reduced to the
right,
amount, which
Well, I
is
don't-
the guarantee, the maintenance guarantee.
I don't know why we
I'm not
give them
against,
a waiver for the year, but that's another issue, so. I mean, winters are winters, so. Doesn't matter how big your pavement is.
anything else, John?
no, it's just surprising that we can get to this point of all this with this type of confusion that appears to be here, and it just seems that, and I like the idea of everything that's going on, I just don't like the procedure that takes us to this point of today having to sit here and not have the bond in front of us, not know if it's done, not know when anything's gonna happen. But we certainly don't want these people to have to wait.
Well, they don't have to wait at all, because they're
They're
almost
done.
done.
Right, so why we even,
What I'm after, John, is I'm after a procedure that this
Way out of
doesn't
order.
happen again, ever.
right, Right, well, this is way out of
If a,
order, right?
if a contractor comes in to start a project and the bond is not in place, they should be not allowed to do anything until the bond is in place. End of story.
I
Because
think
it,
that generally is the rule. I can't recall one other bond since I've been on the board that has come in that hasn't been the case.
Right.
well, we have one now.
People are experts that they
Yep.
come, that are doing this.
Okay,
They're our
I'll
experts.
entertain a motion.
So, yeah.
I didn't make a motion, so don't say so moved.
I move that the planning board accept this performance bond.
Right, I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion by Mark to accept the performance bond, seconded by John. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes in the affirmative. Okay, the next action item on our, is discussion of the Pinardville Sustainable Community Plan and Smart Code. It's in your,
Actually, these-
no, it's
This-
listed number 3, isn't it
this
here?
is just a discussion item and action request. What I'm looking for with this is, we've been granted a grant by the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, $50,000. We had come to you about a month and a half ago or so, back in May or June, I guess maybe it's 2 months or 3 months, when we were going for the application on this. We did get the grant, and we're working on receiving back requests for statements of qualification from consulting firms. And so the RFP has gone out, selectmen have approved that, they've accepted the grant. And what I'd like the planning board to do tonight is to select one of the members of the planning board to act as a member of the selection committee. Once we get all the statements of qualification in, we'd like a member of the planning board to sit on that committee to select who the consulting firm will be. And then the other thing that I'd like the planning board to do tonight is to select someone to be on a committee that would be more of a neighborhood review committee or more of a project long representative for the planning board to review anytime the consultant comes up with drafts of the plan, or anytime there's something to be looked at by what they've submitted. That person from the planning board would be kind of the planning board's representative on that committee. So that's essentially what I need.
What's the anticipated
tonight.
time and day commitments?
I'm not sure on the longer term one. It would probably be maybe like a once a month meeting or something like that. On the selection committee, it's going to be, we'll receive all the statements of qualification by August 31st. And we'll want to do a really quick turnaround and have all of the statements reviewed and kind of judged by that person by middle of the next week. So it'll be a fast turnaround on that, and then we'll try to do interviews and have something ready to submit to the selectmen by the next Monday. So we're trying to do a very quick turnaround so we don't waste any time with all of that, so that we can get the consultant going on the project, because it's a very short time frame to do all this work. And essentially they'll have about 1.5 years to do 2 projects. It's to do the Sustainable Community Plan, which will precede the smart code writing for the second half of that. So we'll want to have the smart code ready to propose to the voters for the 2014, I believe, ballot. Yeah.
So the product
So-
is a recommendation and justification.
Right. So, if there's anybody on the board who's interested, I'd say, raise your hand or something, and,
I'm interested,
I'm
but the
interested.
board has to agree to it, of course.
right.
And I know there's people dying to volunteer for stuff.
And that would be it would hopefully be a vote of the board to determine who would be the representative, or if there wants to be 2 representatives, maybe we can do it that way too.
No, I'll do it.
Go ahead, Richard.
Brian,
Okay,
can I ask you a
there's-
question, please? Oh, sorry, Tim.
I was gonna ask if anybody had any questions. Please go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Now, you said this is gonna culminate in, is it gonna be some sort of ordinance we're gonna present for town voting? Can you explain that a little bit better, please?
Yeah, what we're looking at is, anytime you do an ordinance, you want it to be in conformance with the town's master plan. So what the first thing will be to do is to take a look at the Pinardville area, come up with some recommended
Sure.
sustainable changes to the Pinardville area for our master plan. That will then be our base for coming up with ordinance changes, zoning ordinance changes, or maybe an overlay or something of that nature. Essentially what we're calling a smart code. And, it's based on smart growth principles. And that would be something that we would want to present as a zoning amendment, which, as we all know, zoning amendments have to go through the town voters and be voted on at the annual meeting. So we would want to have public hearings and everything in order to set up in the late 2013 in order to have a vote on that by the voters in March of 2014.
Okay.
So
But that's the second component that
That-
we're talking about.
that's the second part.
Yeah, well, that's what I was asking about
Right.
specifically. I
Yeah.
mean, the person who's gonna get involved is gonna have to sort of evangelize this and explain this to people along the way at town gatherings, isn't that correct?
Yeah, you would want to, or the person who would want to be very up on everything that's going on with the project and yeah.
Barbara?
Brian, what you presented lays out pretty clearly what the timeline is and what the tasks are that you're talking about, starting with your charrette and going through the process. I just wanted to point out at the end on the schedule, I think on the last ones, the dates may need to be adjusted. It talks, have you caught that?
The scope.
On the schedule?
Yeah.
On the code for adoption 1213 to 1314, are you referring to years or was that 314?
It's probably a 314 that
Yeah,
needs
so
to
just
be
those last
adjusted.
couple of ones have 13. You might want to check that on that page.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
Okay.
I have a question.
Please, John.
Who else would be on this committee for selecting?
For selecting the consultant, will be myself, Derek Horn, a selectman's rep who I believe has been assigned as Collis Adams, and then someone from the planning board. And then I've also asked a community member who had been involved with putting the application together a little bit, is Tony Martz. So there'd be 5 people on the selection committee. The last person to be decided is someone from the planning board.
Okay. Any other questions from this side of the room? Okay. Brian, is this New Hampshire housing paper, is that part of this thing, the community planning grant, or is this something
Yes,
different?
that's the announcement.
It's all together?
Right,
That's
that's
the
the
actual grant.
announcement that we were granted the grant.
All right, so Brian's looking for, do we have to vote to accept the grant, or has that been done already?
The selectmen have accepted the grant already.
Okay, fine. So you're looking for a planning board representative for the selection committee, correct?
Correct.
Does anybody, and then the other one is a planning board member for a project-long representative to review the plans in progress. So I know John and Richard have expressed interest. Does anybody else have an interest in this?
Can I just say something on it?
Go ahead.
I think it's wonderful. We have 2 volunteers. I mean, my preference would be for the planning board member on the ongoing team that's working with this, that if at all possible, it be someone who either currently lives in Pinardville or has in the past lived in Pinardville, because this is a focus of this
So which one of
particular
those two
project.
positions are you saying, the selection committee or the project long review?
My preference for the Project Long would be somebody from Penardville.
There you go, John.
So do you have any,
No, I'm just pointing that
fine.
out, that
Do you-
this is a Penardville project. Some people may think it's important, some people may not.
I can be on the select.
do you gentlemen have a preference as to which side of the table you'd like to sit on? Either one of you?
Yes.
Buck up, will you? Rock, paper, scissors, let's see it.
I'd like to do the selection committee, and I really like what Barbara said, making John the perfect guy for the long
I
term.
haven't volunteered yet.
Well, we can just
You
nominate.
said.
Can we make a
I just
motion?
raised
So
my
let's
hand.
take them one at a
Make a
time. Richard, are you formally volunteering for the selection committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does anybody in this committee have a problem with Richard volunteering for that?
There's Richard's
All
wife.
right, so we don't have to vote on it? You're it. Okay, now the Project Long Committee. John, would you accept
Yeah,
that position?
I would do that, sure.
Okay. Anybody have any discussion about John? Thank you. You're it, John.
Great, guys.
Thanks for volunteering.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. So is that what you wanted out of tonight, Brian? Out of this subject?
You needed
I don't know
bodies,
if it
you
has
got
to be a
bodies.
formal vote. I think that would be nice to show
All
it
right,
as
somebody make a
formal
motion
vote.
for the two positions, please. And we'll all vote on it.
I'd say so moved, but I don't know if you'd recognize it.
I won't.
I'll
I
make
thought
a-
you learned
I'll
the
make
first
a-
time.
I'll make a motion for Richard Meany to be the town official from the planning board to serve on the review committee for the selection process, and for John Heichel to be the town official from the planning board to be the ongoing scope of work committee member.
Seconded by Phil, motion by Barbara. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The chair votes yes. I'm sorry?
Who seconded the motion?
Phil did. He said it quietly, but I heard him. Or you just checking to see if I was paying attention?
No, I missed it.
Okay. All right. There's some other correspondence and FYI, and we'll take care of that at the end of the meeting. Okay, under new business is a public hearing on the proposed adoption of the draft 2013 to 2018 CIP matrix. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the committee that have come to the meeting tonight to please come up and sit with us.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir?
The rules that we have for the procedure of the planning board dictate that applicants should go first, when we decided on in May. So I was kind of surprised when I saw this item as going first, a public hearing for something else. We were supposed to address applicants first.
This is a planning board subcommittee. I don't know why it would not be allowed to go first. It's been first since I've been on the board for a long time, and we get it over and get away with it.
It's just not in compliance with our rules. Our rules, I would think, would supersede past practice.
Didn't Patty send an email responding to that? Because we all sort of got it, right?
I read the email, but I concluded from the email that she didn't understand my question.
Okay.
So you're saying as a courtesy to,
As a
People-
courtesy to
people here,
applicants,
or
because I know applicants aren't just, folks like me who want to change something in their houses or businesses, but typically they also bring engineers and architects who are on the clock. And that was part of the, rationale in designing the rules of procedure the way we did, so that the applicants who've already paid fees for Brian's time and for our time, minimize their costs instead of sitting through 1 minute or 100 minutes of whatever is coming next.
Phil?
I understand Richard's position. One other thing, though, that we need to take into consideration is that this is, as the chairman pointed out, this is a subcommittee of the planning board, and it's made up of also volunteers like the people that are sitting here at this head table tonight. So their time is also valuable too, because they've slaved all summer long working on this as they do while we're out with our families enjoying the nice summer weather. They do meet during this summertime, so I think there's also a courtesy extended to them to get this done right along.
Was the public hearing properly noticed?
Yes, it was.
20 days?
Not 20, there's a 10-day requirement.
Is in our, again, I was,
The 20 days is for applicants to
Okay, so-
submit prior to the hearing.
10 days? for-
10 days is a required public hearing notice. It went in the newspaper for that.
So we should have a hand vote here, show who we're gonna waive our own rule, and we're gonna have the CIP subcommittee first. And we'll have a hand vote. Those in favor of having the CIP subcommittee give their presentation now, please raise your hand. 3. Those in favor of the CIP subcommittee waiting until after the applicants are done, raise your hand. CIP subcommittee will be moved to later in the meeting. Okay, the first order of business tonight is a completeness review conditional use permit hearing for a proposed LED sign in which the content is changed electronically. William Galanis, Back Talk Chiropractic, 4 Pershing Street, Zone Commercial, continued from July 12th meeting. Map 18, Lot 4. Brian, do you have anything to add before we'll start working on this?
I'll just make a point of clarifying what, the last time that they had been at the planning board, it had been brought up about the corporation, partnership, and trust paperwork that had not been filled out correctly. We looked into it later after the meeting and found that actually that piece of paper really didn't apply to this. And so we've had them fix a couple of minor things on the application form, and we resubmitted that to you in your packets. But other than that, the application has remained the same, and they're here to present it tonight. So essentially what it is a request to do a sign that will have an LED lighting system attached to it. Part of our ordinance requires that any signs that have content that's changed mechanically or electronically go through the planning board for a conditional use permit to allow that to be done. And so that's essentially what they're here to propose. The sign is approximately 16 feet high, which is the max height that is allowed, and it fits within our size allowance for signs in the commercial zone. So with that, I'm gonna give it back to the board and allow the applicant to make their presentation.
All right, I need motions for item 1 and 2 on the staff recommendations.
Make a motion to determine that there is no regional impact and accept the application as complete and ready for review.
Second.
Second, motion by Richard, seconded by Phil. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes.
Just also one more point of information. I am recommending approval based on conditions A through F that are listed in your staff report.
Okay.
So if you have any questions on the conditions,
I do.
just let me know.
All right, well, we're not ready for them. First thing is to have the applicant come forward and make a presentation. Need your names for the record, please.
Roland Paradise,
And who do you represent?
Paradise Signs.
Paradise Signs.
William Galanis, the owner.
Got that? Thank you, gentlemen. May proceed, please.
We're looking for this type of sign so that Dr. Galanis can display graphics as well as text. The whole sign is actually lit by LEDs. It's just the electronic changeable part is the only part that would change once a day. The LED sign is actually made in the United States also, so it'd be good for everybody's business. Do you have anything?
No, the other part of the sign is just where people are gonna be renting upstairs, the tenant part, the just basic part. Brian made recommendations on keeping everything opaque, not too bright, like the white you see in the background, like the ones are across the street, because I could see how that could cause a lot of, eye movement towards white, the white background. So I would conform to everything that Brian recommends on that, but no problem at all. No problem.
Anybody on the board have any questions for these gentlemen? Bill?
What's the reduction at dusk?
Reduction, dimming of it.
Lumen reduction? What's the
we plan
percentage?
on-
Percent? I don't know.
Well, dimming at dusk for
At-
electronic.
That, I know the percentage or the time.
Percentage of lumen reduction?
Yeah.
I think we discussed it, but nothing was determined what was required or,
Who's the manufacturer of the sign?
Daktronics is the name of,
Okay, so it's not Watchfire,
no,
and it's not Tinymatic.
no.
Does it have a photocell technology?
Yes,
So then it has a lumen reduction.
yes.
What's the percentage?
It can be set in any percentage.
Reason why I'm asking the question, and for the board, is this is a little different than normal internally illuminated sign, as you know. When you look at an LED sign that's not illuminated, you see a black background. The average person assumes the background is black. Background is not black.
Yeah.
Is this a full color?
Full color, yeah.
So this is gonna be able to be reduced. We're gonna be able to reduce this by 30 to 35% at nighttime?
Yes,
Reason why I ask is I don't want a sign, like two signs that are on, sign on Elm Street,
mhm,
that has a background that at nighttime. Basically, on a LED sign, the illumination that you have in the daytime is not the same illumination that you have at nighttime. And if anybody has any questions, I have the executive summary from the Electric Message Center, which I did make a copy for Brian, just for guidelines for these signs, because what we have to make sure is the 3 signs that we have in town have this technology,
mhm.
where they reduce. You have 3 types of signs, one that's reduced manually by the owner. And if you don't have the proper reduction, you have too much lumens at nighttime. So that sign that's illuminated in the daytime so that you can see it, it has to change, and your background is what actually changes at nighttime. So a lot of times what you think is a black background is not a black background, because you're dealing with LEDs, which are really diodes.
Right,
So that's the reason why I asked this, and what we have to make sure is that you have that, the 3 signs in town, the one that's at the police station, the one that's at the landscape, and the one that's at Jutras
mhm,
property, have that technology.
right.
Signs that are not made in the United States. And I didn't want to get into the manufacturer because that's different, but as long as it has that technology,
Yes,
we have to make sure, because we don't want that type of a sign. Just so people know, if you're going north on Elm Street at nighttime, 10 o'clock at night, and try to make a left turn when you get to the old Sullivan, Brady Sullivan property, which is, well, the current Brady Sullivan, but the old New Hampshire Insurance,
mhm,
that brightness over there, you can't make the left turn, it just blinds
right,
you.
right.
We need to make sure that we don't have that.
Thank you, Phil.
Mr.
Barbara?
Chairman?
Does this mean we get to talk about the police sign finally?
Well, we're gonna talk about that later, but that's not, something I'm gonna talk about
Oh,
right now.
okay, I just
It's,
was.
I have that on my list of things to do at the end of the meeting.
Okay. I appreciate what Phil has said in regards to the lighting. I think what I'm hearing is that perhaps given technology, our own documentation in town requirements might need a little updating in the lighting section rather than start spewing LED percentage requirements now. I'm not sure we have anything that would warrant the applicant to specifically reply, frankly, to anything. So I think that's a lot of good information, and maybe we ought to talk some more about it when we're talking about amending our own requirements here in town. And I just wanted to clarify, we get this handout, and you were talking about turning it off and the ambient levels, and you said you had no problems with what Brian said in opaqueness, and so somebody else had originally said something A to F. So have you actually seen this A to F before we, okay, so you have. All right, thank you. That, I just wanted to clarify that we all had exactly the same understanding of what they were.
Brian?
Well, in consideration with what Ms. Griffin said, Phil, it sounds to me like you studied this a little bit.
I do, and if I just can say, the difficulty is, when you talk about opaqueness, you're talking about an internally illuminated sign that has a fluorescent, and you're talking about the fascia being, this is not that. This has no opaqueness, does not affect this type of a sign, because these are diodes, and they change color. It's full color. They change color. You're talking about lumens, and that's what affects the intensity. The opaqueness has nothing to do with this. It's the type of sign that you're thinking of that's an traditional internally illuminated sign where you change the face. The signs that are across the street, that are over there at Hannaford, all the internally, that's the opaqueness. This is a completely different technology.
Then maybe the
What-
comment should have been opaqueness isn't applicable to this type of sign, and had let the applicant deal with it with Brian.
I
Right now,
actually-
hold it, everybody. Brian, you had the floor. Do you have anything else to say?
I do, I was actually.
Go right ahead and say what you have to say.
Appreciate that. Phil, my question was, you seemed to have done some study on this. I was wondering if perhaps between you and the sign and the sign contractor, you could talk about something other than lumens, that's something that could be useful, that they could talk about how to dim the sign down at night. And we could talk about specifics, so that we could all do something constructive and give them a goal to work with.
Well, yeah.
Do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
three types. Well, in the sign technology, you have three types on this type of a sign.
Phil, just, let's pick a number. Let's not go over the
Yeah,
whole
well,
I'm
three
talking
types
about
again.
30% lumen reduction
That's
at
what we're
nighttime
looking
is
for. If
we
that's
want.
what you're, if that's what
From
you'd
what?
like.
Sir, may I ask you a question?
From what?
Daytime.
From the full illumination.
And I,
But what's the measurement of that? We're getting way beyond the technical scope of this committee or the technical requirements of our rules and regulations.
No, but we're in a different technology, and I
Well,
beg
then
to
our
differ.
ordinance isn't equipped to deal with it, and we don't have any authority to set standards.
Yes,
All
we
right.
do.
Well,
All right, John, you're on next.
What's the model of this sign?
Daktronics, which is similar to Tomomatic.
DEC or DEK?
DAK, Daktronics.
DAC, okay.
Yeah, those in Tomomatic make
And-
most of the electronic signs in the country. The highway signs you see at Daktronic.
Yes.
Grasshopper has the red LED, should be comparable to that, and like you said, it doesn't have to be as bright at night. It can be dimmed by 30-35%.
Richard?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, John, did you have more?
I was looking for the model also.
I don't have the model number,
What's that, John?
goes by the size.
Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. I agree with Barbara, and this might be something that we need to consider for the next town ballot, having changes to planning and zoning ordinances regarding this technology. And the second, I wanted to specifically point out on letter B, subject to the following conditions, I would suggest the first instance of the word after be changed to no later than, because after 11 PM can be 5:59 AM. And that would make everybody's job a lot easier. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody have any follow-up? Phil, do you have any follow-up?
No, just that I think that it behooves this board to make sure that this has a lumen reduction, so that we don't have the type of signs. There are two signs in Manchester that are notorious for this, and the police department in Manchester constantly gets phone calls because of it. And the two signs, one is at the Mortgage Partners on South Willow Street, and the other one is at the Brady Sullivan property.
Those are
Do
extremely-
we as a board have the authority to set a condition regarding the percentage of lumens that we would require it be reduced even though it's not in our ordinance? I think we do.
I think we probably do, but I guess I'd like to ask every member of this board, on what basis do any of them feel that they'd have any qualification to make such a vote? I guess I would like to know whether the applicant would be willing to go forward with the sign production, which I'm not making any representation I know anything about, and that if we have complaints about the illumination, that we ask you to come forward to,
Yeah, no
to
problem.
review it.
I don't wanna upset my neighbors, I've known them forever. I
Right, and you're
talk
gonna have a
to them.
tenant, you would, right, okay.
All right, now I'm
And you
gonna,
have residents around you, so you need to work with them.
now my
Okay.
question for the applicant, were you planning to do a reduction in the lumens at night prior to these conditions being set?
Just, like I said, I know my neighbors very well. I wouldn't wanna upset anybody, say, hey, I can't sleep. Of course, just common sense. For me, maybe for somebody else, they wouldn't care, but I was planning on doing that anyways. I don't wanna disrupt anything.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Brian, please.
Regarding condition F, the recommendation to use opaque colors instead of whites and yellows for sign backgrounds, that actually had been geared toward the signs above and below where the LED.
I remember you
portion
showing
was,
that on the
um,
diagram last time.
It wasn't geared toward the LED sign itself. If the board wants to make that clarification, that the signs above and below the LED.
We can add that to the,
Would be done by opaque color.
Mhm.
I think that would help clarify it and also address the issue that, the LEDs can be any color and doesn't matter what they are.
okay, now I'm gonna open the public hearing now. Anybody from the public have anything they'd like to say on this subject? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Well, maybe, should I close it or wait until we have a conclusion, Brian? Public hearing remains open until we have a conclusion of the matter, correct? Or incorrect? Barbara, can you help me on that?
Close it
No, you
and
close it.
Usually open and
Deter-
close it.
Okay, then I'll stand by my statement that we'll close the public hearing. All right, any other discussion of this matter by the board? Okay, let's go through the conditions A through F one at a time. Condition A, would anybody like to discuss condition A?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to make a motion that this conditional use permit for the sign content to be changed electronically complies with our rules and regulations in that as set forth in the report of our planning director 154141 through 46, and I will paraphrase, that it's authorized as a conditional use, that if it's completed as proposed, it will comply with the requirements of rules and regulations, that the use as proposed, subject to conditions, will be compatible with the neighborhood or adjoining or abutted uses, that there will not be a substantial adverse impact on vehicular or pedestrian safety, that it will not have a substantial adverse impact on the appearance and visual quality of the neighborhood, and that the use will be adequately serviced by necessary and actually presently located public facilities of a sufficient capacity to provide for the use.
I'll second the motion.
So Barbara made, excuse me, Barbara made a motion to,
subject to the conditions.
subject to the conditional use permits
It was subject to the conditions.
15414, all the way down through 6. Did you get those numbers?
To be ruled separate.
And who
motion.
seconded it? Richard? Richard seconded it. Anybody want to discuss the motion?
Question I have. So we're not gonna we are not going to be addressing at all lumen reduction?
Well, I made my motion contingent on the approval of conditions, so that's gonna be a separate motion to come.
God bless you. So my question for you, Barbara, on number 154144, will not have a substantial adverse impact on vehicular or pedestrian safety. If we do not know the degree of lighting, can we safely say that there's going to be no impact on vehicular safety if we don't know how bright it's going to be?
Well, we have lighting standards for, you might want to talk about what the output is, but your measurement as to effect on-site and off-site would still be controlled, I understand, by our zoning ordinance in regards to how much light could be off-site. So as far as I'm concerned, that would still control. What Phil's been talking about is the source of the illumination and how you control it as compared to the measurement of it once it gets out there.
Well, in the past, when we've had these types of issues with site plans, we've had a lighting plan from an engineer that showed the lumen values in distances relating away from the light source. We don't have that in this particular case.
Can
Bill?
I just add something? I think that the manufacturer of the sign, and I think Mr. Paradise would be able to verify, usually the manufacturer of the signs will give a verification of what the lumen reduction is.
Right, yeah,
As it leaves the sign and as it radiates away onto the
Well,
ground?
no, it's you're dealing with the lumen reduction.
I'm
of
talking
the-
about what Barbara was talking about where the light falls on the property and how it drops off as you distance yourself
We're
from the
talking
sign.
about two different things.
That's
That
foot
was my
candles.
point.
That's foot candles on the ground.
And we have an ordinance that deals with foot candles.
Yeah, this is
Correct.
on the ground.
Okay, well then we'll let the motion stand.
That's how you measure it.
how was the grasshopper sign determined?
I wasn't here for that. Or if I was, I didn't vote on it, I can tell you that, because I would have voted against it. Any more discussion on this, on Barbara's motion? Okay, all those in favor of Barbara's motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes. Passes unanimously. All right, so now we're gonna talk about the conditions. Is that what we're on next? The sign content A shall not be changed more frequently than once in a 24-hour period. Is everybody agreeable on that?
I think it's a little restrictive. Is that common for this sort of
It's
thing?
actually in our.
It's an
zoning
ordinance.
ordinance.
On an electronic sign, it's one of our ordinances.
Okay, that one's fine
It's
then.
almost
It's
more of
still
a
restricted.
reminder than anything
It
else.
is too restrictive, but
That's okay. It's in there.
B, the sign light shall be turned off prior to 11 PM, or no later than, is that how you stated it,
No later
Richard?
than,
No
yeah.
later than 11 PM, and turn on after 6 AM. Does anybody have any problems with that? Okay. Sign permit shall be obtained for any of the signs shown. Everybody okay with sign permits? LED lighting systems shall be automatically dimmed according to the ambient lighting conditions and dimmed to appropriate levels during hours of darkness, which can vary. Anybody have a problem with D,
Question,
please?
we were discussing lighting ordinances. I think the word appropriate covers that, lighting ordinances, does it not, or should it?
I'll refer to
Because
Brian.
the definition of appropriate would be complies with lighting ordinances, no?
I think that's a fair statement.
The foot candle thing you guys were talking about.
Mhm.
Well, they're two different issues. When you finish the fight, I might be able to explain it.
I happen to think that if the wording were a little more specific, it would make a lot of sense. I think you're on the right track there, Richard. Maybe we should say,
So
according to
let's-
the zoning.
D needs
Perhaps we
some
should
work.
reword that, and that way we set a standard for what I think we're gonna talk about at the end of this.
Well, should we fix D now and break it up into a sub-paragraph? Or add it to the end? Because if we're gonna get this done tonight, we need to do it. So,
I have a question about this.
go ahead, Mark.
Does this refer to brightness, right? It's about brightness. And you said it has an automatic optical sensor in it.
Dimmer, yeah.
So it's
Photocell.
a photo cell, recognize if it's light out or dark out. And when it's dark out, when the sun goes down, it's not as bright. And you can set that up to do it all automatically, right?
Right, right.
Sounds good to me.
Okay? Anybody else wanna?
I think this is fine the way it's written.
Wanna leave it as is? Fine. Property address number shall be displayed on the sign. Okay? And then the last one, F, recommend the use of opaque colors instead of whites or yellows for sign backgrounds to reduce the amount of light pollution emitted from the sign.
That should be,
That specifically refers to the panels above and below the LED portion of the sign.
so it should be for non-LED sign background.
I'll add that to the end, for non-LED uses, non-LED areas of the sign.
And I'd like to see us end the sentence right there. I think this statement, to reduce the amount of light pollution, is a loaded terminology. So I think just above and below the LED sign, period.
That makes sense.
Well, we do have a night sky ordinance, Mark, which is designed not to let light pollution from
That's
our
an out-
sources of light into the atmosphere.
And
So-
this already conforms with our ordinances, so I don't think we need to put it in there.
It's not needed. The sentence is not needed in
So do you want to remove the whole sentence from, after the word backgrounds? To
Right,
reduce
so-
the amount of light pollution, remove that?
Right.
No, just say opaque colors will be used.
Okay, so we're
for
gonna remove that
non-LED
whole
sign
sentence, starting with
backgrounds.
2.
So, and take off the words recommend, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, what do
The
you say?
condition is opaque colors for non-LED sign backgrounds.
So someone state it the way it wants to be written. Because I've got it written two different ways here.
Which one are you talking about, F?
F.
If you want to be very simple, you just, exactly what Barbara just said, opaque colors to be used for sign, for non-LED sign backgrounds.
Okay, does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
Did you
I
get
have a
that?
question.
Mark?
Is that gonna be a hardship for the sign maker and the applicant
No,
to limit it to opaque colors?
no, that's no problem.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
So you've heard this, the conditions A through F. Do you have any problems with these conditions? Okay, Phil?
I just wanted to bring up, on D, when it talks about the way it is, it says, shall be automatically dimmed according to ambient light conditions and dimmed to appropriate levels during hours of darkness. And then in parentheses, it varies. And that's the reason why I would like to add in there, at the appropriate levels, in the range of 25 to 35%, which is an industry standard in that. Okay, it is in this, because if you don't have that capability, and I understand the idea of the photocell, but the photocell, it's not just a photocell, it's technology that's used in the sign, it's in the software, and it reduces, as the sun goes down and the lighting changes, it automatically adjusts the ambient, on the full color range on that, to take it, and like I say, it's an industry standard on this type of technology, that it does it automatically. It's not that the photocell comes on and all of a sudden you have this and it remains that.
You have to program it to do that, right?
It's in the technology. There's three types, as I said. You have
Does this-
manual dimming,
Phil,
scheduled dimming, and photocell.
Phil, I've heard that 3 times from you now. We've heard it enough. Does your sign have the ability to do what this man is suggesting?
Yes, it's
And are you
run by a
willing,
computer, has its own software,
and you're willing to set your sign up to work that way? You'll meet that
yeah.
request? Phil, do you want to make a motion to your specific point, or do you want to take these people's word that they're going to do it?
I would just like to have in there between the range of 25 to 30.
Well,
25 to
So
make a-
after the word dimmed, parentheses, 25 to 30%.
25 to 35% is fine. 30 is the average.
Does everybody agree with Phil's statement?
No, I don't.
I don't know enough.
Okay, so
I
we're
don't
gonna,
understand- I
so
don't-
Phil, you need to make a motion on your change to the wording, and we have to go through a voting process to see if we're gonna accept it or not. So make a motion for your change, Phil.
I'll make a motion to change D to state LED lighting system shall be automatically dimmed according to the ambient lighting conditions and dimmed to appropriate levels, parentheses, 25 to 35%, close parentheses, during hours of darkness, and retain, parentheses, varies, close parentheses, period.
Anybody want to second Phil's motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Barbara. Any discussion of the motion?
Yes. Regarding that language, you said parenthetically 25 to 35%, I think. Does that mean that's how much gets reduced, or it goes down to 25 to 35% of the original 100% level?
That's the lumens. The technology, as the applicant stated, he stated that his system has a technology to change, and it reduces the lumens according to the darkness. It varies until it gets down, and that's the range.
Are you
My
saying,
point,
I think Mark's point is that you're going to reduce it by 25% or to 25%?
No, by 25.
Okay, so
that
it's,
wasn't clear in the way you
Okay,
stated
I
it.
apologize.
It could be taken either way, because it says dimmed
Dimmed
to
to-
appropriate levels, parentheses, 25 to 35%. Well, we don't know if that means dimmed by or dimmed to from the
Okay,
original.
then we'll move, I'll change my motion. We'll move the parentheses 25 to 35 from after appropriate levels to after the word dimmed. So it'll be dimmed 25 to 35%.
by, you're going to add that word by 25%. You're adding that to your statement?
Fine.
Okay. That makes
It's
it
a
clear
bit
enough for you,
more-
Mark?
It's a bit more clear.
Okay, anybody else want to discuss this motion?
I don't know enough about sign technology.
No, sir, you're not being recognized right now.
I don't know enough about sign technology to say, to understand if that's too much or too little, or,
And who enforces it?
It's a motion that is on the floor.
Need another light meter.
If we are done discussing the motion, we'll
Specialist.
vote on it. All those in favor of Phil's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Aye, I'm opposed.
For three.
Any abstentions? So it's 5-2. That motion fails.
Four, three.
Who voted for it? Phil,
I did.
and Barbara, and, I'm sorry, Brian, I apologize, I didn't hear you.
Pass.
That's what we're here for.
Okay, so it's 4-3. So we've accepted this gentleman's word that they're going to dim it appropriately. And you still could be brought back before the board for reconsideration if a problem arises with the general public and they don't
That's not a
accept it.
problem.
Okay?
Yeah.
You understand that
Yes.
condition? Okay. All right, any more discussion on the conditions?
I think you need a motion to
Yeah, I-
propose the conditions. We just discussed generally A, B, C, D, E, F, and took a motion on Phil's amendment. You need a motion for all of them.
And should the list of conditions include the condition about allowing planning board review at a later date if it becomes a problem?
Actually, at this point, I was not going to include it.
No.
If the board wants to.
No,
we can.
thanks. We don't need that.
So the conditions
I mean, I
stand,
think it's always subject to a review by people, and we've got measurement for light off-site, and I don't think the doctor wants to create a scene with the
Right, if
sun.
it's gonna hurt his business and people are complaining, it's in the newspaper, he's gonna turn it down. He doesn't wanna hurt his business.
Yeah.
all
I
right.
don't think we need to.
Somebody want to make a motion on the conditions?
So moved. I will move, get the conditions A through F as discussed and reflected in the minute scale, you know what I'm, thank you. I don't
Second.
want to go through it again.
Seconded by Mark? Seconded by Mark. Any discussion? All those in favor of the conditions A through F, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One nay. I vote in favor. Abstentions? No abstentions. Okay. So we would approve the conditions. So, at this point, I think it's approved then. We don't have a vote on anything else.
That's it.
Done deal.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Before we go any farther, I'd like to address the gentleman in the, Mr. Marino, and address your request to speak. The public hearing was already closed at that time. Well, you can't ask a question from the audience.
Well, it was such new information that was brought
Well,
out.
I'm just telling you that when the public hearing was open, that was your opportunity to speak.
I understand.
Thank you. I didn't want you to think that you couldn't speak, you just were a little late. Okay, the next item on the
Sort of
agenda.
like being at home, you can complain, but who'd listen, you know?
I didn't know whether you were setting a new criteria for signs and new.
All right, we're moving on right now. The next item on the agenda is map 17, lot 185, completeness review, site plan hearing for a proposal to upgrade an electrical substation. It is currently on the lot, PSNH 702 Mass Road, Zone Industrial. Frank, could you give us a brief rundown on this?
Yes. This is an existing Pinardville substation, electrical substation by PSNH.
Can you give us a location? Is it the one down by Dance Visions? Is that the one down there?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. It's right next to Dance Visions, and
Alright.
on the other side is Jutra's Sign property.
Thank you.
Or, they're no longer there, but it's where the old
Property.
Jutra's Signs was. So the applicant is applying to upgrade this existing facility by essentially building a new substation on the same property and taking out the old substation, leaving the old fence up, and making that a spot where they would do a mobile substation for when there's emergencies that have, power's been cut and they need to get some power in there quickly. They can bring their mobile station in, set it all up, and hook up to the wires and get people their power quicker than by just trying to fix the current program, the current substation.
Ooh, fancy colors.
So, that's essentially what the request is. They have been in, they've spoken to the TAC committee, I'm sorry, the TRC committee. We did give them some comments. They've been to the zoning board, they've received variances. The variances were for the setback rule of 50 feet. And the other one was for the 75% opaque landscape screen, which had been a comment from the police department that it was actually more dangerous to have that thick of a landscape screen than it would be to not. And so that's the, because the police department wants direct visibility into the substation area so that they can patrol to make sure that people aren't trying to get in there and tamper with things or worse, get electrocuted like has happened in the past actually. So those variances were approved by the zoning board on this past zoning board meeting of the 7th of August. And planning department concerns, the only real concerns that we had were just some very minor plan changes. I had written on that GoPath's Realty, the abutter information was incorrect, and to make sure that that got corrected on there. I wrote on there that they should provide a Knox box on the gates for fire department. However, I did receive an email back from Lieutenant Connor that they didn't need a Knox box, so you know, that can be removed. And just that we really shouldn't be providing parking on site because we don't want to invite people to actually go on site because it's not a public facility in that type of manner. So any of the parking and that type of regulations shouldn't apply in this case. Other than that, just I've recommended approval based on our typical conditions of approval. And if the board has any questions, I'd be happy to take any.
Are there any waivers requested, Brian?
There are no waivers requested at this time.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Brian before we proceed? Barbara?
I was confused about the comment on the screening, and Brian, maybe the applicant during the hearing can address it probably better now that we have a pretty colored picture in front of us. I'd like to know exactly what the issue was with the screening, because I have to tell you, I thought it was a little ridiculous. Because my recollection of the access to that site that you would see on regular patrol was probably one that wasn't affected by screening. So unless they're driving through private parking lots on patrol. So I guess I want the screening issue addressed during the presentation. Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions for Brian? Okay, we need a motion for items 1 and 2.
I'll move that this site proposal does not have a regional impact and the site plan is complete and ready for review.
Anybody want to second Barbara's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Richard. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Mhm.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes. Okay, we have a presentation from the applicant, please.
Sure. My name is Nicole Duquette from TF Moran. Here with me is the project manager from PSNH, Celine Villado. Also from PSNH, we have Ingrid Ram and Elizabeth LaRocca to answer any of your questions. If you don't mind, I'm just going to present from up here. The existing, as Brian mentioned, the existing substation is located up against Mast Road. It's just this little section in here. What PSNH is proposing to do is upgrade their facilities to provide more reliable power to the area. So in doing that, they want to install new equipment back in this area. They still do need this area just in case something happens with their equipment and they need to fix something. They need this as a temporary power area so that they can, if need be, bring in a temporary transformer, fix anything that needs to be fixed, and then and still provide power to the area. The way this was located so that we could bring a truck in if anything needs to be fixed here, bring the truck in and access the site and drive right out onto Laurier Street. There is a little bit of a gravel area here. It is not for parking. It's mainly just to get in and to access this area and here, the temporary power area here, and to access the back side of the new equipment area. So we're not providing any additional parking areas on this site. If somebody comes on the site for maintenance, they're just gonna come with their truck that they need and park and just go into this area. Drainage in this area, we have very good soils on this lot. It's A soils, which drain very well. Existing drainage, there's a depression back here which catches most of the runoff. If any of the runoff comes off, it goes into this depressed area here. What we've done in the site plan, because we are filling in that area for our new equipment area, we've moved the depressed area into 2 ponds over adjacent to Laurier Street. So we're maintaining 0 runoff off-site. All the runoff will be collected in those areas, treated and collected. The other thing that we want to bring up is the snow storage. Snow storage, because we do need clearance from the utility lines, snow storage will be kept in the areas noted on the plan. However, if they do get too high, they will be taken off-site per PSNH's maintenance plans. So, the other thing with the screening is also a clearance type item too, as well as a security item for the police. Unfortunately, I did bring a plan that shows the existing buffers. So, this is the opposite side way of my plan. Hold on. Oh, okay. So this is Mass Road right here. This is where Jutra signs used to be. There is a significant buffer right along the western side, northwestern side, as can be seen in these photos. I can bring the board to you if you need to see them a little bit more. There is a significant buffer on that side. Currently, there isn't a buffer as much on this side, as can be seen from these photos, this photo and here.
And what's on Laurier Street?
Right here?
Yep.
There's nothing in front here. This is all exposed.
Okay, and what's on the corner there?
Right here?
Yes.
There is a small stand of trees.
Yeah, 'cause there's like a 30-inch pine coming down on that side. Okay.
This is that. Oh, no, we don't have any photos in that area. We are proposing to keep, we are taking out that section in here, but as long as we are trying to keep as much as possible along there. We do have to be careful because some of our utility lines, I believe we have one, we have to make sure that this utility line that runs along your property line, we don't have anything underneath it. So that was one of the issues that we had about providing screening. So we do have a significant buffer here that we're not touching. We are proposing some landscaping, some arborvitae shrubs along this property line here, and some along this, where it thins out, the buffer, existing buffer thins out, we're providing for arborvitaes over there. Anything else, we can't provide anything further into this site because of the utility line that's right there. As Brian said, the former substation area and the new substation area will have 8-foot high security fences with the barbed wire on top as well. And that being said, if anybody has any questions, we're here to answer any of them. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything to add from the presenters? No?
So I'm confused. Was there a change in the screening proposed or not? Brian, maybe now you know where I'm going.
From the original plan that they proposed,
Yes.
we had given, well, they had come to us in the TRC prior to actually submitting their plan.
Okay,
And asked us about the screening.
okay,
We had given them comments, and so they added the arborvitae's as an additional screening that they didn't have prior.
okay,
But this is the first plan that they've actually submitted as a formal application to the town. They did get the variance for any additional landscape screening from the zoning board. And that was really to address any additional screening on the side as well as along Mast and Laurier, because of the need to be able to see into the site and, you know, have clear visibility for people that would be trying to break in or something else.
well, just, so there hasn't been a change in the screening proposed as a result of the comment made?
No, there has not.
Okay. And the screening as proposed, with the exception of the arborvitae's, is it the existing screening? And would that existing screening comply with our current regulations in regards to what would be required for this site?
The current regulations are much higher than what's proposed here. It's 75% opaqueness, which means
Oh,
the
Lord,
entire
can't we use
thing.
another term?
I'm sorry. I know, opaque has come up twice tonight, right?
Now, is that below the digital?
That would essentially require only 25% visibility through that landscape screen. So you could only see 25% of that substation if it were to follow our regulations. The rest of it would be hidden by landscaping trees.
I still guess I don't understand why from abutting sides that are private property, we need to waive our screening requirements, because my understanding, if I'm right, is on the left, because I'm non-directional. We have Dance Visions, which actually, we've approved an expansion on the back of that building, so that site's actually getting used a little more. And we now actually have some houses and driveways off of Laurier who will be affected by this, because now we're using the back half of that site essentially. Do I understand what's happening on this site correctly?
I mean, in all honesty, I believe that the side where Dance Visions is not the problem at all, because the existing landscape screen is there.
Right.
So maybe those
Right, I mean, we can-
residences in the back might be affected
But
a
am I
little
right
bit,
in
but it's currently
understanding
open anyway.
that, yeah, but right now, the use of that site, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have any problem with the expansion of this use. You know, everybody complains about electricity when you don't have it, but, you know, if you wanna do anything to get it in the meantime, you have a problem. But my understanding is that PSNH only uses the front part of that site. And this is an industrial site, they can use it, I don't have any issue with it. But you are now opening over 50% of the site up now for a use on a lot that essentially is not being used. I just wanna make sure I understand the level of the expansion that's being proposed, and I may be way off, so I just wanna know that.
May I address that? Currently, there is actually an open swatch that goes.
Right,
through
but there's
the
no
site.
approved access to Laurier.
There is no
There is.
route.
Okay.
And I believe the screening, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, the screening is from abutters, not from across the street.
The requirement in the zoning ordinance is a little vague on that.
Okay.
And so we
It's a little
interpreted it at the zoning board meeting, we interpreted it that it meant on any property line.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little opaque.
Opaque, yes. Vague, opaque, whatever.
So,
I can read it really fast what it is.
yeah, because I thought it was just from,
Can you read it fast?
Yep.
Good.
The section 15.16.2 requires a safety fence of not less than 6 feet in height, together with a landscape screen of at least 75% opaqueness to protect neighboring property from potential loss of use or diminution of land value.
So, I mean, with the 6-foot fence, you wouldn't have that in your front
Okay.
of your property.
Okay.
It would be, my belief is the intent would be from your direct adjacent abutters, not the ones across your streets, which is, you know, how we see the commercial happening all over
And
the place.
Okay.
Just to also make a note, that future sign property is also zoned industrial
Not
It is?
commercial?
on our zoning map.
It's not on the map, it says commercial on the map.
Never mind then.
Commercial industrial line
Never
is on
mind.
quarters.
Sorry.
It's
I'm making-
it's
I'm
commercial
making
on
false
both, this is
statements
the
in
only
planning board.
industrial lot, it's a standalone industrial lot.
Okay, all right, I apologize, I thought it was.
Okay, the screening comment was confusing. I've made it into a big discussion. I'm,
Hey,
a
did
few
you-
issues with it, but it's fine. Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions for the applicant? All right. At this point, I'm gonna open the public hearing. Anybody in the public have anything to address or wanna speak on this subject? Okay, no one does, we'll close the public hearing. We have to resolve any remaining issues. Do we have any remaining issues that need to be resolved, Brian?
Not to my knowledge. Up to the board, I guess.
Can you explain to me what comment 3 meant on your list of approvals? Page 7.
Condition number 3?
Yeah.
That's just when they get their site plan approved, they would be required to note the approval on the plan. The date.
Okay,
the
I
date
thought
that
it was an open
approved.
question from you, waiting for more condition, requesting particular conditions that weren't listed. Okay.
No,
Thank
in
you.
fact, it doesn't really have to list any outstanding conditions, because there won't be any, unless there was some proposed,
Unless we
condition
came up with
subsequent by the board.
Hard to imagine.
Brian, are you removing condition 2, the Knox box gate for the fire department? Could you say they did not want one?
I am.
So
I am.
condition 2 gets removed?
Now, I also, Megan's walking up to me.
No, I was just looking for your packet so I could see what you put in. You
Okay.
have mine
Did you have something, Mark? I thought you said you
Megan-
had.
The Knox box.
That's what you were going for?
right here, so.
Megan
Great
had,
minds think alike.
Megan had sent me a
Oh,
list
you told
of
him?
Yeah.
Okay.
minor
great mind,
comments
too.
today.
Okay.
And I think maybe I just want to have Megan address what her comments are regarding the plan.
Megan, would you like to come up and sit down, or are you gonna do it from the
Yeah, right here.
standing position?
Standing's good. I had a few comments that, I sent to Brian today. Most of them were very minor plan edits. Whether you wanna list them individually or just write a comment that says plan edits for DPW, as noted in my 8/16 email, but they were very minor. There was a little confusion on some easements that I talked to TF Moran about. There's some prescriptive easements, but I was looking to get a defined drainage easement for a large drainage pipe on the corner of the property. I also had a question about if a easement was needed for a sewer service that runs to one of the abutting lots. Again, nothing that was a major item, that's stuff that could be resolved with just some easement language after. Again, the drainage one in particular, I wasn't looking to really hold up construction with that. That's something that we already have a prescriptive easement, but it's nice to kind of clean those things up and get in it.
And they were willing to work with us and provide those easements?
They sounded like they were, at least when I spoke to TF Moran, they didn't think PSNH would have an issue with that, but sometimes it can take time when you're working with bigger places like PSNH to get legal
Oh, no, they're
language stuff. And then some miscellaneous items, I was just looking for a copy of, like, it said there was a drainage maintenance agreement on file, so I was looking for a copy of that. I was looking, one approval condition I'd like to have is to have a certification letter by the engineer that the site is built in conformance with the plan. In particular, I noticed some notes from the engineer about, there's a special containment unit for if oil spills out of, and I don't know anything about how this whole thing runs, but there's oil that could possibly spill out, so there's a containment unit that's got 110% capacity, and that has to be built a certain way, and there's, you know, it listed a bunch of items, and I just wanted to make sure someone confirms that that's built properly, and it's supposed to be tested too, it said. So I just wanted to make sure it got tested. So maybe a letter from the engineer saying that the site's in conformance and the containment unit was tested properly. And then the last thing I forgot to write on here that I remembered tonight when I was there, there's tons of Japanese knotweed on the site, really bad, and that's definitely a problem around town. And I don't know what kind of condition we would put, or if we should put anything, but that should be removed and hauled off site and not kind of used to fill, because if any of that gets spread around the site, it's just gonna spread even more. So I don't know if we wanna do anything about that, but I just wanted to mention it, that it's pretty bad already all over the site, so I don't know if we should have a note on the plan that Japanese knotweed should be removed and hauled off site.
It's their property.
So,
It's their property.
Invasive, or is it?
It's an invasive species set, DES has labeled it an invasive species.
so that's all.
That's why the DOT does not mow it any longer. They cut it and lay it over, or they spray it, because when you mow it, you spread it, it gets worse.
Good ground cover?
Oh, yeah, it makes great ground cover, 12 feet tall. I have a suggestion. Since this is a new driveway out to Laurier Street, it looks like a nice place for kids to drive in there and sit around and drink beer at night in the dark. Would you consider a gate out there to restrict access to that back part of the property for
Yes.
security purposes?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a worthwhile move on your part?
I think we put up gates on most of our substation entrances, so.
Okay. It just looks very inviting from the
Yeah.
back side of the
Yeah,
property.
a lot of our substations, we build a gate right at the road so people don't go in and
Okay.
try to block people from getting in there.
So if that could be an administrative change, Brian, that you could make sure it gets included in any,
It's gonna need to be on the plan.
it will be. Yeah. Meg, before you sat down, I had one last question for you. You got away. Do you concur with the drainage study that 2 on-site detention ponds with no outfalls are going to be satisfactory and they're not going to be a problem?
Yes, I reviewed the drainage study, and they adequately hold the runoff, and the soils there are excellent. It's kind of pure sand over there, so the infiltration, there's existing infiltration now, and there will continue to be in these 2 ponds, so.
Okay. Thank you. The only thing I have for you, Brian, do we have any issues with the proposed construction exceeding the footprint allowable percentage area of the lot in this industrial site? Or is it not an ordinance that we have to be concerned with?
I don't believe it was a problem on that.
I know it's an issue under some circumstances.
Maximum footprint is 50,000 square feet. I don't believe this is higher than that. I think it was something in the range of like 12,000 in the
Well,
fenced-in
could you just
area.
confirm that, and make sure that data gets confirmed?
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody on the board have any remaining issues that have to be resolved here? Any changes to the plans or suggestions or alterations? Well, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we accept the rest of the plan acceptance recommendations. Where did we end up? We ended up with 2, so 3 through 6. And the conditions subsequent, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 removed.
Would that also include conditions by Megan per her?
To
Yeah.
include the plan edits as set forth in DPW's 816 email to further, subject to the conditions regarding obtaining a drainage easement, a sewer easement, copies of the existing maintenance agreement, and an engineer certification that it's built in accordance with the plan.
That includes the gate change, right?
And the gate change.
And a gate on Lawyer Street.
You agree?
I'm okay with that.
You okay with that, Mark?
Yes,
You'll add that to your motion?
yes.
I'd second that.
Okay, the motion by Mark, seconded by John. Any discussion on the motion?
Just want to clarify, we're not telling them what to do with that Japanese stuff?
No.
I think it behooves them, it's in their best interest to handle it because it's just gonna consume the whole lot, and I doubt if Public Service is gonna allow the lot to be consumed by knotweed.
Their choice.
It is, but it is an invasive series. And they can go on the DES website and figure out how to get rid of it. They tell you exactly what to do with it. All right. So the motion has been made to condition subsequent, and you've added a few to that. So all those in favor, we've discussed the motion. Any more discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes. And you will, Brian, you will confirm the footprint data to make sure they're not exceeding the requirement?
The notes on the plan, it seems to indicate that it's all right.
Okay, just wanted to ask. Okay. Next item on the agenda is a public meeting, hearing for a time extension request, map 4, lot 87-6, for an approved subdivision site plan application for Woodland Trust. I won't read the whole thing, because it'll be put into the record. Brian, could you give everyone a lot of members, we have new members on the board that are not up to speed on this, so could you give them a brief rundown? And if they have any questions, we can try to answer them before we get into the meat and potatoes of this.
Sure. This is a condo plan slash subdivision plan that had been approved back in 2009. September 10th, 2009, conditional approval was granted for
Excuse me,
it.
Brian, may I interrupt you? Folks out in the hallway, could you keep it down? Don't close the door, we'll choke in here. Thank you, Brian. Sorry to interrupt you, Brian.
That's okay. So this plan was approved back in 2009, September 10th, 2009, to develop 76 townhouse-style condominium units in 13 buildings. It's at map 4, lot 87-6. And since it got approval back then, it has not been able to move forward due to the market conditions. Development has been quite stifled since then, and they've had to come back for extensions on their approval every year since then. We've got some new members on the board, so perhaps some of you may not have seen this, but those members who've been here longer than a year have seen this before, and whoever was here at the time when it got approved saw it many times, because it came to the board several
Yeah.
times prior to even getting a conditional approval. So they went through a lot to get to this point. But essentially, they've done everything they need to do to keep it up to date. They've recently gotten their special exception by the zoning board reapproved, and that was maybe 6 months ago or so. And then they've also kept up their state permits as required. Everything else is, I think, kind of history. So I'm not sure what else
I'll
I
just
can
ask the
explain
new,
on this.
I'm just gonna ask the new members, does anybody have any questions about this project before we begin? Are you up to speed on what's been going on?
I think
Or
I
good enough
understand
to proceed? You're gonna be asked to make a decision tonight on the time extension. So if anybody has any questions, we can try to answer them in advance.
And just so everyone is clear, the recommendation is to approve a one-year extension to September 10th of 2013.
Thank you, Brian. So we need a motion for items number 1 and 2, please.
Motion to find that this site plan extension proposal does not have a regional impact and to accept this site plan extension proposal as complete and ready for review.
Anybody second that?
Sure, I'll second that
Second by Mark.
for my friend, Mr. Meany.
Okay. Any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes. Okay, we'd invite the applicant to come up and give your presentation.
I'm James Coughlin, attorney for and trustee of Woodland Trust. Those of you who know me or have heard me before, this present look is no midlife or late life crisis, nor is it trying to relive my college days in the 1960s. Unfortunately, I got rear-ended by a drunk driver on July 4th weekend and sustained neck and arm injuries and being driven around by my wife for the last 7 weeks. But I'm going to be all right with this. So I'm here again, the third extension for the site plan and subdivision approval or extension of it. In October, September 10th, 2009, this board, after many, many years of review, approved of the project, and then I obtained a special exception, which has been extended, and that special exception had no conditions, and it still exists that way today. There are no new ordinances or regulations that have been passed since this that would affect the validity or the approval of the project. Now, there has been in another board a question concerning the wetlands. The abutters have indicated the wetlands have been growing every year for the last 25 years. I had the wetlands survey, complete survey of the wetlands delineated in 2005, then reflagged and redone in 2008. Since then, this past week, I've had Shower Environmental Services redo the entire property, just in case there were some issues, because I think there may be some general rule or regulation that after 5 years, that a wetland boundary has been established, should be changed or should be redone. Regardless, I redid it, and I'm going to submit that to Brian. Another issue that came up at another board was the wetland permit and the site-specific, whether there was expiration dates on them or not, or whether they have expired and I didn't renew them. I have a copy here of the wetland permit, which was extended to October 2017, which is a valid state wetland permit issued by the Department of Environmental Services. I think you have that already in your file. The next item was the site-specific that I submitted. The site-specific was submitted under the old rules, just like 28 or 30 other projects prior to the deadline. And the site-specific is a valid, good, legal permit, which expires on February 19th, 2016. So in regards to all my permits, they're all valid and ready to go. In fact, we have construction bids for the infrastructure and bringing in the utilities, and have obviously scaled our plans to a point where we know the cost of them, et cetera, and so forth. The trouble has been financing. I mean, I've been developing prior, or still being an attorney. I gave up practice in '86 and been doing development since that period of time. I've done quite a few projects, but I always relied on our lending institutions in our state. I've never gone to Boston to acquire investors or venturers or equity money, or what are those fancy opaque names?
Just say opaque.
Opaque-ish.
The word of the day. Stricken from the record.
I restrict it, yes. But prior to the being homebound for 7 weeks, we are dealing with a joint venture group that's self-financed that we're working with. I don't know if you noticed, but in this union, this week's union leader, the paper indicated that sales for condos and single-family houses are up 18% from last year. The inventory of supply of product has changed from 22 months from the height of this recession to 9.5 months, and 6 months is a good market. It's not a great market, but it is a healthier construction or selling of existing units of single-family or townhouses. I've had acquired, well, the past 2 years I've acquired to a lot of banks. Now, keep in mind, a lot of banks that we used to use aren't in business anymore. And you know, bank financing locally will be somewhere around a 30% financing for acquisition, 50% for infrastructure, and to finance the units as they're sold. Well, doing over 50 or 60 projects in my lifetime, that is a formula for disaster. It's just absolutely impossible to obtain a financing package of that sort and work out whether it's a subdivision, small multifamily project, or large multifamily project. On the approval, the conditional approval, there were conditions, and I have complied with all the conditions that can be complied with at this time. What I mean by that is that we haven't done an as-built plan because the project hasn't been built. We haven't had the inspections done by the town engineer or their staff. We haven't connected the existing sewer to the manhole from our force main into the gravity system that exists now. Keep in mind, for the new board members, I brought the sewer up from around the Dunkin' Donuts area on Mountain Road all the way up Mountain Road to the I think Placid Woods is it called, existing condos there into that driveway. And my project will have a force main, because it can't be gravity, from my project into there, and then it'll be gravity through your system. I have letters that Brian has in regards to the sewer having capacity for the project, and your Goffstown Water Precinct also. And as I said, all my state permits have been, are approved and are valid. The only two items that haven't been done is that, and by the way, there was quite a few documents involved in this project, such as conservation easements, covenant restrictions for buffer, walking path easements, declaration of cross easements for rights of paths and utilities, sewer utility easements, water utility easements, covenant restrictions, condominium declaration and bylaws, drainage management agreement, and development agreement, which have all been approved by the town at a conformance hearing on October 22nd, 2009. They have not been recorded yet, obviously. The intent is to record them at the time the financing package is available, and we close in that manner, which is the general real estate closing. The other thing is a condition of contributing $150,000 towards the improvements of the Pleasant South Mass Street intersection. It was always my intent, and still is my intent, to provide that money for that purpose through my construction financing. And it was always, obviously when went through this process, and I think we started in 2004 or 2005, the market was a fairly good market, and then as the years came along, I was 3/4 way through the project. I wasn't going to not continue with it, even though the market started deteriorating around 2006, 7, 8, 9, et cetera, and so forth. So I believe the market has changed a little bit. I'm more optimistic about this upcoming year than any of the previous years. I asked for the 12-month extension for the subdivision and site plan review. I'm hoping that sometime in November during the process that's continuing on TV, et cetera, and so forth, elections, that whether the existing incumbent programs are continued and work, or a new one comes in and his programs work. I guess we can, I used to be able to anticipate this a lot in doing developments through the years. I have no clue as to what these, how the economy is doing or occurring, or I just, well, I'll quit there. I'll quit there. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Anybody on the board have any questions of the applicant?
I do have a question. The $150,000 you had to contribute to the intersection.
I will contribute to the intersection.
Of
yeah.
course, sir. You were gonna get that out of construction financing?
It'll be part of the whole package. It's not just construction financing, land acquisition, infrastructure, and infrastructure financing.
Understood.
Yeah.
Is that typical?
Yes. Not typical is financing the payment of your impact fees for schools, roads, et cetera, and so forth. You pay those at the time of obtaining a building permit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What's the past practice been with that, Brian? That the developer provides the funding for off-site improvements when the project begins? They generally, I've never heard anybody put it up in front. Have they?
Yes,
heard
that's,
anybody
no,
work?
that's,
Putting it up before they even start the project. Because if the project was not to go through
Oh, right.
well, prior to starting the project.
prior to starting
It has
the
to be
project.
prior to starting,
That's
but
correct.
not upon approval, right.
No, it's prior to starting the project, so, okay.
That's correct.
All right, well, anybody else have any other questions? All right, gonna open a public hearing. Anybody from the public like to comment on this application? No comments, so we'll close the public hearing. Do we have any remaining issues that we need to resolve here? Brian, could you confirm the applicant's statements that there are no changes to our zoning that would affect this
Yes,
consideration?
yes.
You concur with that? Thank you. Well, time for a motion, if somebody wants to make a motion.
Make a motion, we grant the extension for the,
Bottom of page 9.
Item number 6.
hang on a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, number 6. Yeah, grant the extension for 1 year, extending expiration date from 9/10/12 to 9/10/13. And the approval is still subject to all the conditions as originally approved.
Second.
Okay, vote noted, motion by Phil, seconded by Mark. Do we have any discussion on the motion?
It's a great motion, Phil, thank you.
Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to extend the approval for 1 year to 9/10 of 2013, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes.
Thank you, board, for your time.
Good luck.
Good luck with your recovery.
Good luck, sir.
And I'm very impressed that your wife is still driving you around after knowing the exciting life you've been leading, coming to Plain.
assistant now.
I'm very impressed that it's
I bet if she-
surviving.
I bet if she came to all the meetings, she wouldn't have driven you in tonight.
You're not really loving this, huh?
He told me it was
She's an
really
attorney, too.
exciting. He lied.
Lied. You lied?
Thank you.
Okay,
Great. Moving right along.
thank you, Barbara. Okay, the next item on the agenda is map 7, lot 64. This is a completeness review, subdivision plan review, hearing for a proposed 2-lot subdivision, 216 North Mass Street. Thank you for putting it down as Mass Street. Residential 1 Agricultural and Historic Overlay District. Brian, could you please run this down for us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Essentially, and I know the board has seen this property before for different reasons. The historic district overlay, the Parker Station Historic District overlay, has been amended a couple of times on this property. Once just this past March with the town meeting, it removed approximately a 2-acre portion of the property that was in the historic district, and left the remaining westerly portion of the property adjacent to North Mass Street in the historic district. Now, what this proposed plan is asking for is a subdivision of a 1-acre parcel that surrounds the existing house that's on the property, and to essentially make that a standalone lot, and then also, and the remainder lot would be the 86.4 acres that are left over after taking out that 1 acre. They've requested a few waivers from the development regulations. Because this is such a large parcel, they've asked that they not be required to show boundaries with true bearings and distances on the entire parcel as part of this subdivision request. The second waiver request is that they've asked to not have to show the topographic map for the entire the remainder portion of the lot again. And the third one is that they not be required to show the wetland location for the remainder parcel. On the plan that they submitted, they did show wetlands adjacent to the 1 acre lot on both sides of it, but they just didn't want to have to, on multiple sheets, show a bunch of wetlands that not particular to this proposed plan area or subdivision area. So those are the requested waivers. Staff recommends approval of those waivers. At this time, staff has recommended that we hear the applicant's presentation. However, action on this plat would be reserved to another night in order to just address a few remaining comments that the staff has. We had some comments that came in today from the engineering department that I'd like to be able to have some time to address with the applicant prior to going through approval, as well as I'd like to address some of my own comments with them. So that's the reason for my recommendation to continue this to the September 13th meeting in order to take care of some of those items prior to final approval. So, and I think that's been a typical practice in the past on subdivision plans by this board, to accept them on one meeting and approve them on another meeting, and just to make sure we iron out any issues. We want to do this the right way. So.
Brian, what is the zone there?
The zone is a split zone. It's residential 1 in the area where this lot would be. But the entire property, the back end of the property is zoned agricultural, and there's a 350-foot buffer from North Mass Street where the zoning line essentially lies. So there's kind of a curvature on North Mass Street, and that zoning line would follow, a 350-foot similar line off the center line of the street.
Okay,
So-
and does the proposed lot meet the requirement of the zone with frontage and acreage?
The proposed lot does meet that frontage. I think they're required to have 150 feet per the R1 zone, and I think they had 170, so.
4.33.
Yeah. one of the issues that I had that I wanted to bring up, and Megan also had the issue of, is that there's a couple of driveways that exist there, and you know, for a new lot to be created, it should conform to all the new regulations. One of those regulations being that one driveway is permitted per lot, and so, and the configuration of the existing driveways also is a little, I don't want to use the word, but I'll use it, sketchy. The driveway kind of cuts right to the corner of the lot and actually cuts onto the other lot, and so it's a little bit of a difficult thing. So they've shown some easements in order to try to address that. However, because our regulations speak to one driveway per lot, and that they actually should be done at 90-degree angles, if at all possible, and no less than 60-degree angles, I think some work could be done to address some of that, so.
And if I'm not mistaken, the driveway has to be at least 10 feet from the property line.
That's another.
So that wouldn't fly at all with that one.
Right.
Okay. So are they proposing to have a single drive where it says existing drive, Brian? Is that,
Well,
or are they proposing to
The
keep both
proposed
driveways?
plan actually is to cut down the one that's 90 degrees and make it a walkway, and keep the one that's angled. So,
So you've got some issues
Yeah, I
to
would-
work out.
There's a lot of, yeah, there's some issues. Okay. All right, anybody have any questions for Brian on the plan as it stands right now?
Question,
Please?
just to clarify, your report indicates the applicant has waived the 65-day clock, is that correct?
that's correct.
So from a time standpoint, continuing this to the September meeting should be fine,
That's correct.
from the date of application, thank you. Okay,
All right, if
that's
there's
all.
no more questions, I will ask the applicant to make a presentation.
My name's Robert Nacer. I am representing Coldway Realty Trust. With me is our engineer, Eric Mitchell from Eric Mitchell and Associates, and we'd be happy to answer any of your questions. And I think Eric has a presentation to make as well.
Well, let's do the presentation first, and we
All right.
can do the questions after.
Sure.
Brian has indicated most of the information as far as what we're really trying to do. Simply the existing house and garage and barn, we're cutting out onto its own separate 1-acre lot, which is allowed in the R1 zone. We are not doing any work within the agricultural zone. No lot line or anything goes into the agricultural zone. And the balance of the property, the 86 acres, would be on its, still be its own lot. We have shown test bits for the proposed house and for an area to the west of the proposed house to indicate that the remainder of the parcel is buildable, even though with 86 acres you would think it would be, but we're doing that just to demonstrate that it is. The property does have municipal water. We have submitted plans to the state of New Hampshire for subdivision. Subdivision is required for the 1-acre lot, but not for the 85-acre lot because it's over 5 acres in size. However, we did do the wetlands and soils for the area west of the existing building just to show that that is buildable. In addition to that, we have an application that we submitted to the New Hampshire Department of Transportation Division 5 for curb cut. The existing driveway to the house that's perpendicular to the Mass Street is one that we are proposing to use as a just as a sidewalk and narrow it down. The one that comes at an angle towards the house, we're proposing to have that to be a common driveway to get to the existing house, but also to the property to the east of the lot. Working with New Hampshire DOT, we are allowed to have a maximum of 3 curb cuts on this property, and as is customary, we show driveways that are common driveways going to separate lots. We are also applying for a driveway to the area to the west of the existing, the proposed lot, so that we would show that we have access to the remainder of the parcel as well. Even though at this time there's no plan to build in that area, we just want to show that it's all provable. so that the comments that Brian has raised and that engineering may have relative to not allowing common driveways in this particular case, if we are still within the jurisdiction of New Hampshire DOT, they would recommend that we have common driveways as opposed to individual driveways, because they want to make sure that the curb cuts are limited coming out to the road. But we are willing to work with staff on what we need to for that. And the last comment on the waivers, we have done 4 or 5 acres worth of topography, wetlands, and boundary for the property everywhere where the proposal is planned for. The waivers are really just so we don't have to do the same thing on the rest of the 86 acres.
Any questions for the applicant at this time? Eric, I'd like to ask you, you said you'd like to keep the angular driveway so you have access to the east property to the east?
Yes.
Is that a buildable lot there?
It's part of the total lot. Although we don't have any specific plans for what's going to happen with the 86 acres, there's could be a possibility that that could be buildable if there was one relief given to the 100-foot setback to wetlands to allow work within the outer 50 feet, but we're not trying to do that now. There is a possibility that maybe a single driveway could get a special permit to go up to the area beyond that, up into the woods. Because there's a driveway there, we're using that as a common access. We thought it was easier to have that as a common access to both, as opposed to leave the straight driveway in and then down the road at that, when that house is sold to somebody else, try to work out another common driveway, because we're limited in curb cuts to the parcel.
And access to the rear of the property would be also available through that? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes.
But you have access to the rear of the property where you're doing the logging right now.
That's a temporary access.
But
that is-
there's a driveway there, there's a curb cut there, I've seen it.
Right, but as far as DOT is concerned, and I had nothing to do with the logging, I believe that's a temporary access. We would have to file, if we were gonna have a driveway there for residential use or whatever, file an actual curb cut permit with DOT to be allowed to use it.
Okay.
So what we're showing right now for DOT is to the west of the proposed subdivision. We show a driveway there going into the field to show that that's buildable. We're not showing that the area to the east of the proposed lot is buildable, but we are leaving a common driveway there for a possible future use.
Now, the property to the west looks like we're creating another building lot for you.
Not really, because it's all part of the rest, but yes, it would be buildable. Right now, the property has one house on it, so it would not be buildable, the 87 acres, it already has a house. But once we subdivide the house, we're leaving a vacant lot of 86 acres. So we wanted just to demonstrate that we have suitable soils and topography to leave that as a potential buildable lot, so we weren't making a non-conforming lot. If we only had land to the east, where you have those wetlands and all that, then we'd be making something that, well, maybe it's buildable, maybe it's not. We want to demonstrate that the land to the west of the house is definitely buildable.
Okay. Because it certainly looks like you could do a lot line adjustment where the agricultural and the residential line is on your map and create a standalone lot there if you chose to, and then utilize your logging access with a DOT permit to access the rear of the property, correct?
That's a possibility.
Okay. I
But
just
the one
wanna
thing
make-
that we, if I may, we haven't ruled out the possibility of, if access was to be granted to the back, to come to the west to where the house is, to get to the land up and back.
Okay.
So we're just leaving those options open to make sure we don't hog-tie ourselves.
Thank you, Eric. Anybody have any questions for the applicant or the engineer at this time? Well, then, I guess we're gonna move this to a date certain. Well, I have to open the public hearing. I didn't do that yet. I'm gonna open the public hearing at this time. I'm out of order myself. So the public hearing is open. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak on this, for this application? Sir? Could you please come forward and identify yourself?
I'm John Marino. I live at 64 Parsons Drive. I was the original developer of Parsons Landing. I built 17 homes on 52 acres with the open concept, open land concept. I live at the very top of the hill. About 1,600 feet of my property line runs along that property line that the gentleman owns. In 2005, I called the owner of this property and was trying to negotiate to buy that property at one time, but the price was not negotiable. The reason for my concern is that when I developed Parsons Landing, I was required by the town to provide a topo, to provide a wetland study. I've walked this land because I was interested in buying it. There is a considerable amount of wetland, a considerable amount of ledge, and my only concern is that whatever goes on there, I don't want to stand in the way of progress, but I would like the town to follow the same criteria and same rules that applied when I did Parsons Landing. I also spent $72,000 extending the water main for the town. Originally, you wanted an 8-inch main, and then the town asked if we would increase it to 12, which I agreed to do, at a cost to me of $72,000. Now, they're gonna benefit because I spent $72,000 bringing the water main down from where it was existing. All I'm asking is that this board protect the interest of we the people and whoever ends up buying property there. And I don't understand why we're not having them follow the same rules that I was required to follow. And that's my purpose for being here. I'm very familiar with the property. It's a difficult piece of property to develop, but I just think that we should all follow the same rules. Thank you.
Would you like to address his comments, Brian, or just put them in the record? Barbara, do you feel it's necessary?
No, we're in the middle of a public hearing.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak, sir? Please come on up.
Yes, Craig Slatter. My mother owns 200 North Mass Street. Just,
You're a direct butter, correct, right here on the
My mother is.
south side? Yeah, that's fine.
could you
East side, excuse me.
point that out where you're looking for these lot line adjustments? And could we get a copy of that map?
Brian? Brian?
We've got plans here if you want to look at it, or if you want to be able to get a copy of it, you can come into town hall and we'll provide that to you.
Appreciate that. Okay.
If I may, what's the,
200.
It's the lot right there, slide keeps coming left, keep coming left, right there.
Right there. You want us-
No, that's that one there, right there, excuse me, Eric, that one there, it's close.
65?
It's right here.
Street address too.
It's 200 North Main.
Yeah.
200 North Mass Street.
It's right here on the,
May I show them on the big drawing?
Sure.
This is your house right here,
This is your lot over here.
and then here's,
This is the field.
down.
Okay.
The drainage way that comes down through
Yes.
onto the road.
Yep.
We're just cutting out the house.
one?
No, you
on
can
its
sit,
own
you
acre
can
lot.
sit right
That's
here
what
if you
we ought to
like,
do.
wherever you like.
We're just showing that there's a
Take a seat.
buildable area.
Excuse
over
me,
here.
Eric, could you hold on a second, Eric? We're gonna have one conversation at a time here, please.
Okay, I'm just trying to help.
That's fine.
This is
We'll
not-
be happy to address one person at a time.
You wanna see this right here? He's doing a very good job explaining it.
I can explain over there too, if it's all right with the board as well.
why don't you just go ahead and re-explain it, because I think some of us were in the middle of two conversations and
Sure.
got neither.
The 200 North Mass Street is the parcel over here. This is the area that's mostly in field with the drainage that comes down through the wetland there. We're proposing to cut out just a 1-acre lot around the existing house, the garage and the barn. We are also showing that there's an area to the west of the existing, or the proposed lot in the field area, where we could build if we wanted to, just to show that the remaining 86 acres is buildable. Over here, you can't see that it's buildable because of the setbacks are what they are today. But over here, we're just showing an area where we could build. So we're only cutting out one lot, which is 1 acre in size, which conforms to the improvements that are already out there on site.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Does, thank you. Curb cuts. There are 3, you said, and 1 temporary.
No, he said, I think he said you're permitted 3, was that correct? Permitted 3 by DOT, Eric?
A maximum of 3
Per lot,
if you have at least 500 feet of frontage.
right, okay.
Right. So what we are proposing at this juncture is, and we realize that we have to talk with Public Works, there's an existing driveway going to the house right here. Our proposal was to leave that now, close it down to a sidewalk, have the angled driveway here, have easements here, so the house would use this driveway, and if there was any future access to this side of the property, they would use that driveway, so this would be 1 driveway for 2 lots. And we're also asking for a permit over on this side to get into where the area where this might be buildable, even though at this point it's not planned to be buildable. And you can see the location of this is strategic, that this is a 1-acre lot, and we have the ability to have a lot line come down through here and have 2 lots. This would be a common driveway if we ever came back to do that, or this might be an area where a roadway might go up into the back.
And nothing future for the 3rd one?
No, we haven't shown that because we haven't surveyed that. I know there's some wetlands back off the road. Maybe that's a single lot, maybe that is where the road access might go up sometime in the future, but we don't know that at this point.
You were looking for 3 waivers on primarily, as I assume, you're gonna do a topo map for this area?
Which we have.
Okay, but not the back and the boundaries. I see there's some flags out there now.
We have-
Boundaries, are you gonna survey this area and
We
confirm
have.
the boundaries?
We surveyed all the frontage down where we're doing the work.
Yep.
And all the way back to the abutter at 234 River Road, I guess is the address. Or maybe that's the mailing address.
That's the residence
But
address.
on your lot here,
Yep.
we have surveyed
Yep.
with an iron
Yep.
pin in the front
Yep.
and going all the way back to the back. So this line has been surveyed as well, which is your lot line. We just haven't surveyed back across yours and around and all the way around through here. We've just surveyed this piece and through here, but we have surveyed your lot line on this side and this lot line here in the frontage.
Okay.
Any other questions?
All set right now, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Please come forward and identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I live on
What?
Bennington.
Your last name, please?
Boyd, B-O-Y, Boyd, Michelle Boyd.
And where do you live?
On Bennington Circle. We're on 7 acres. My husband was actually walking back on our property line. He actually saw some clear cutting, so we're also on wetlands, and my concern is just because we're on the wetlands, if that area is being disturbed, we already have water issues.
Where is Bennington Circle in relation?
It's a private road.
Oh, okay.
It's Gorham Pond, condominiums where there's 6
Off of Gorham Pond Road?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's up in here.
Could
okay.
you show me where, on the map, where our line is?
Is that,
This whole piece you see here is the outline of the 86 acres. We're just cutting out 1 acre down by the house here. And your lot is up in this vicinity,
Okay.
all right? So we're not doing anything as far as development or subdivision. And the 86 acres, that's all over here. But your house is up in this area, here's your name, right here.
Okay.
So we're only cutting out around where the house is, that's all we're proposing to do at this point.
So nothing up there?
Nothing up there.
Okay.
that would be another application for another whole project. That's not,
Okay.
that's
Well,
not fun.
just for clarification, so I understand, perhaps the applicant isn't sure whether she's seeing the cutting on map 7 lot 55 or map 7 lot 64.
I don't know where the timber cut takes place.
Right, that was where I was going. It's clearly a timber cut. I remember it came through here a little while ago for this property. Are they timbering that far into the property or
I'll
not?
let Mr. Nazar answer.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, we did do some selective cutting. It certainly wasn't a clear cut, But we did do some selective cutting on the property as well. My dad's also has some selective cutting he's doing. They did it 20 years ago. They did selective cutting on the property as well.
Are you working on the 86 acres right now? Is that the property that they're doing the selective cutting on?
Yes, it's done. Actually, all the logging that's is going to be done on the property has been done.
Okay.
And it was a selective cut. It certainly wasn't a clear cut with any intention of any roads or anything.
And I assume you have a forester?
It's just yeah, we had actually a fellow's name was Dave Coughlin. He's a forester from Bedford. And matter of fact, the New Hampshire forester that came down to inspect the site said it was one of the best logging jobs that he'd ever seen. So I think it's a very clean site, and it was done in a very neat and orderly manner. Okay. So we have a forester overseeing the logger that was in there.
Does that answer your question, miss?
It does.
Okay. Anything? Somebody else have their hand up out there?
Well, they were cutting in there for about 3.5 weeks, and they've cut within about 50 feet of my property line, all along, right up to the rear of that property. So there's been extensive logging done there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure it was done properly, but I'm just saying, a lot of timber was taken out of there, so.
A selective cut to a layperson and a clear cut to a logger are
I know the
two
difference.
different, you may know the difference, but most people do not.
Any other questions or comments from the public? We're going to be continuing the public hearing anyway. Any other questions for the applicant or Mr. Mitchell at this time? Mr. Nazar.
All right. I guess I want to be clear that the singular purpose of this single lot subdivision here is to bring to conclusion an overarching goal with the settlement with the Historic Commission and the Board of Selectmen regarding the historic district and the house in the historic district. So this is really the final piece of a solution that we've been working on for 3 or 4 years now, I think. And I think that that's important to keep that in the perspective of why are we just cutting out this one lot here and not doing anything to it. There has been no decision. What we're going to do with the property ultimately, there's been no decision about that. It may be left, we may decide to leave it in conservation land in perpetuity. So we really don't have any plan, and Eric hasn't worked on any plan. We're just working on this, trying to get a finality to this one issue that we've had with this one singular house. And I think that's our only goal with this coming to the board today for this subdivision plan.
Is everybody aware of the agreement with that he's speaking of with the historic?
No.
Could you please give us a brief?
Sure.
Brief.
Okay.
Overview?
Maybe actually, Derek. Sorry.
Brian.
Brian might be able to. Would you want to give an overview? I'm happy to actually.
Go ahead.
There was we had applied to the town for a demolition permit for the house that's existing on the property, and it's on that 1 acre subdivision. We ended up not being allowed. There was a hearing, Historic Commission hearing, then it went to the ZBA, I believe, it was Zoning Board of Appeals, and we were denied the permit to demolish the house. We appealed it, it went to court, and then subsequently to that, there's been a series of events that have come about to come up with a settlement agreement that would be acceptable to us and acceptable to all of the town, the selectmen and all the interested parties in the town, the Selectmen Historic District Commission. And so we've worked on everything except for this is the final piece. And we're hoping that with this, then we can put this to rest, and I'd be very happy to make this part of the past. So that's just in a nutshell, that's where we've come from here.
Okay. So this is a product of those agreements that you folks made?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just want to add to that, the house is in disrepair and needs to be fixed up. But no one is going to buy the house and pay for all the acreage all at the same time just to fix up the house.
So by putting on its own lot, it can be sold to an interested party who has an interest in historic preservation, which they have to follow because it's in the district. Now, they can buy the house and afford to fix it up the way it needs to be, and the balance of the land can be there for whatever happens in the future. But it's really to facilitate making the house habitable and back to where it should have been.
And the historic overlay continues to the west side of it as well.
Yes, the
That property
house and everything to the west is in the historic district.
connects to the rest of the district.
So any work on the house needs to comply with all the requirements of the historic district.
Okay, any other questions? Do we need a motion? Number 6.
Make a motion that we continue to date certain, which is September 13th.
Motion by Phil to continue this till September the 13th, 2012, seconded by Brian. Any discussion on this motion?
Yeah, I guess my question would be to Brian. Brian, do you still need more time to fully review the subdivision plan? You do need more time? All right.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor to continue this to September 13th. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of continuing it to September 13th, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Chair votes yes, so there's 1 nay. We will see you on the 13th, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Naser.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
We have 2 more items on the agenda. We have a CIP presentation, and the Southern New Hampshire Planning is here to do a presentation. I'm going to do the CIP presentation. For the new members on the board, this is the work of about 8 weeks, I think, of Thursday nights when everyone else was not here on that Thursday night when Hall was home. It's a summer committee. We have a group of members, Budget Committee, Selectmen's representative, School Board representative, and then members of the public. I'd like to invite Alan Yaton to come up if you would like, or you can sit in the back. You're a member of the committee, sir. Would you like to join us, or would you like to stay there?
Doing the presentation.
Okay. Well, you're invited to the front as a member of the committee.
I want to hear what I have to say.
Mr. Chairman,
Brian?
maybe a good time to take 5, or do you want to just push right through?
We can take 5 if you want. Barbara hates taking 5,
I
though.
hate taking 5 because it's never just 5, and we have members of our community who were here, have been sitting here all night, and it's not gonna be 5. So I think we ought to press on. I noted that one of our members, when he needed water, just
Yeah,
excused himself.
if anybody needs to get up and walk
and
out, just get up and walk out.
We can
Come back.
continue on. And what will our viewers at home do if we take 5? They are riveted to this.
They're gonna go get their
Well,
popcorn.
Change the
everything
channel.
All right.
They're gonna go look up opaque.
Everybody was,
Something else.
everybody got a copy of the report in their packet.
Yeah.
Did you get a copy of the report, Alan, electronically? Okay.
Wine to go with
Um,
Now you're talking.
If everyone's read it, I don't have to read the state statute that authorizes a committee as a subcommittee of the planning board. The role of the committee is an advisory one. We have objectives to meet. I want to thank the members of the committee for their time and patience in preparing the matrix tonight.
Here, here.
Community at large member and Vice Chairman Earl Carroll, Selectmen's Representative Mark Lemay, School Board Representative Sue Tremblay, Budget Committee member Ivan Beliveau, and community at large members Lowell Von Ruden, Gail LeBrecq, and Alan Yaton. I would also like to thank the department heads and all the members of the community who made their presentations. I really don't think we need to go through the numbers unless you want me to. They will become a part of the record if anybody wants to read them. And trying to be brief here. The committee was faced with a backlog of vehicles and projects that have been denied in the past few years. The decisions have created a snowball effect within the matrix, making it extremely difficult to decide which request should be moved out and which request should be forwarded in an effort to meet the goals of the master plan. The police department requested vehicles. We moved out one of them, and they had some other issues, things they asked for, software and a hindsight recorder for the patrol vehicles. Fire department asked for a fire forestry truck and a $250,000 donation to the appropriation, not a donation, appropriation to the capital reserve fund. He's also asking for a bond article for $3.35 million to renovate 3 fire stations. Public Works submitted worksheets for 9 vehicles this year. 3 of them were moved out. In their capital projects division, 11 projects were submitted, 2 were moved out. The reason for leaving some of the 9 in were because they would require bond articles, which are voted on by the community. Others were eligible for offsetting revenue in the form of grants, and another was already underway and needs completion. 2 others were classified as urgent, so they were left in. Parks and Rec submitted no requests for vehicles, but did request 4 capital projects, of which 1 was moved out. Administration requested 3 capital projects, and 1 of them was moved out. The financial software was left in again this year. There's actually a committee has been formed to study the financial software needs for the, what was it, Brian? It's just not the financial, it's something else, isn't it? Was it?
No, it was just financials.
Okay, it was just the
software.
financial software, thank you.
It used to be land use and finance, but they removed the land use portion of it.
The library made 1 submission, that was left in the matrix. Solid Waste made no requests, but the bond article for the landfill closure remains in place until 2017. Sewer, Village, and Grassmere Water is all enterprise funds, so we just report their information in the matrix. HDC, Concom, Planning and Economic Development Commissions made no requests. The school department continues their performance upgrades at the 2 elementary schools. They have proven that they are saving money through their cost savings on their energy needs. And they are asking for a bond article for $15,060,599 for 2 major renovations at the Maple Avenue School and at the Bartlett School. In addition, there is another bond request for $2,809,000 and change to be raised and expended for the GHS theater improvements and the track and field venue. Those are 2 separate bonds that are going to be requested and put on the ballot this year. In conclusion, we began with $6,890,208 and ended with $5,988,000. The school requests were left intact because they're, for most part, they're bond articles, and they are projects that are already underway. Respectfully submitted. If anybody has any questions, I'll try and answer them for you. Excuse me.
Question.
Barbara.
Was, and I note that Alan is here. I think I would like to note that I think Earl was here earlier but left. I don't know whether there were any other members
No,
who
the
might have-
only 2 that were here tonight I was watching. Just Alan and Earl were the only 2 that showed up.
Okay, I thought there was somebody else here. You sort of said that they were approved because they were bond. Does that mean that the CIP committee sort of said, well, they're bonds and there'll be separate articles and go on, so we're not gonna really get into whether or not we think they should be on or not?
We decided that it's the voters' choice to vote on them and not our decision to move them out in the matrix.
Okay, I mean, I guess my comment would be that that approach, I think, is different than I recall being used in the past, but I also know that the CIP plan has sort of been, quite honestly, butchered over the last few years by things being moved in and out of road plans and moved out, and, you know, so the total increase that we're looking at this year is, you know, I'm sort of saying this with a member of the Board of Selectmen here. I mean, I gotta tell you, I think it's ridiculous. And a huge chunk of it is the school bond, which I understand, and, you know, but I look at some of the projects, and I think we have sort of begot this problem ourselves by some of the decisions, which I think you talked about. Did you have any changes as a result of the public hearing that you held on it? for your own committee? Did you have any public comment while you were doing this at all?
Yeah, we do not have public hearings at the
It'll be
committee.
here.
Committee, this
Yeah.
public hearing is here
But you didn't
tonight.
have anything further
No,
there?
we never have public
Okay.
hearings at CIP.
All right. I know it's hard enough to get members there during the summer.
As far as the bond articles go, whenever something is brought forward that's going to be proposed as a warrant article and is bonded, we don't see the need to move it out in matrix, because it's the voter's decision whether they want that or not. The department heads bring them forward. If the department head thinks it's viable, then we rely on their decision. If they don't think it's viable, then they shouldn't have brought it forward in the first place.
That is a change.
One thing I would like to point out is that I think one of the major failures in CIP is the town's change from capital reserve funding for trucks, bulldozers, buildings, whatever we buy, to appropriate and spend. Because when you had capital reserve funding, you're putting away small amounts annually towards a goal. It's like saving for a new house or saving for your own car. But when you look at the numbers for vehicles at 220,000 for a plow truck and 300,000 for a grader and 200,000 for a loader, when you throw those kind of numbers up into the articles for the voters to vote on, they just see big numbers and they say, no, we're not gonna do that. Whereas if it was $30,000 for a capital reserve fund for a truck and 50,000 for a loader, you know, a loader has let's say a 15-year lifespan or a 10-year lifespan. You can actually save for that machine over time, and when it's ready to buy it, you have the money ready to go. But the approach, one of the approach problems was that people didn't think it was fair to tax people and save money. Barbara?
Well, if I can comment further, the history of CIP, and one of the reasons we had it was to get away from that, because we ended up with periods where once you vote those funds in that manner, you can only expend them for that purpose, and you need to have town meeting votes for that. It's not like you just create a bank account and can expend from it. But the idea of CIP was to allocate those $220,000 vehicles or $35,000 police cars or whatever it was over time, so that there was no financing of it, that you were actually paying for the purchase as it occurred and getting the use out of it, instead of having this incremental self-bonding, essentially, by having capital reserves fund. And what happened, and it's a dance that got played in this community and many others, is when we went to the default budget, because people started arguing over how you calculate a default budget. In order to get budgets passed, things started to get taken out to avoid a percentage increase, because that's all people could see in comparison to a default budget. Because while CIP attempted to equalize the amount of funds to be required, there were certain spikes that could never be avoided. But the idea of a capital reserve fund is very similar to that of a bond, and it was not used for a number of years with relatively stable CIP funding as a result, because of the ability to manage the requested projects over a period of time with some reliance on the fact that the funding would be fairly consistent. And what's happened is bonding or special warrant articles have been used to have a base budget and now subject those purchases to the vote of the voters. And for example, you can see over the past couple of years on the warrant, certain types of things get approved and certain types of things don't. It doesn't mean as an individual homeowner or a property taxpayer, you might not actually get your own use out of one thing more than the other or whatever. It just becomes one very much of a public vote. I know this is a very arduous process. All the department heads certainly feel very strongly about what they need. I can see a couple of things on here that from a planning perspective have got me a little bonkers, because
Well, you know, as a board, you have the opportunity to change it tonight, right here and right now. The matrix is here to be presented for discussion at the planning board, and if the planning board members think that we need to change things, we do that right now, right here. So if there's any recommendations to the matrix, we do them tonight. Brian will recalculate the matrix and turn it over to the budget committee and to the Board of Selectmen.
One of the benefits that you get in the CIP is that you get to hear from department heads probably in person and in writing, similar to the way we did it in the budget committee. And obviously, we don't have that here tonight.
Mhm.
So we could say, well, I didn't hear any of those briefings, so I think it should be 0, or I didn't hear any of those briefings, so I think we'll just go with what they said. Knowing the scrutiny that the budget committee puts to this and the Board of Selectmen put to this,
It'll get whittled down after.
oh, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's appropriate for this committee.
Well, this committee has to approve this recommended matrix.
But we have to vote on it.
You have to vote to approve it.
Well, I'm actually encouraged to hear sentiment that since subcommittees or other committees spend a lot of time on things, that we should accept their recommendations.
I've said it,
Oh.
I've said it
That's
time
what
and
just
time.
got said.
I don't know about that.
I've said it time and time again that
That's what just got said,
Not
Mr.
my-
Warden.
Maybe you heard that.
What I'm gonna say is what I've said multiple times, and I'm just gonna be very brief. The planning board.
What you say, Rowdy?
The planning board's subcommittee, the CIP committee, is not a budget committee. We have criteria that's set forth in the RSAs with the master plan and public safety and different elements driving the committee's decisions. And we accept the documentation from the department heads at face value. We go through the priorities. We decide if the priorities are valid. We change priorities. If we think something should be moved out, we'll do that. But we do not look at the numbers and say, we want to give the selectmen a $3 million number. We don't look at that. We look at the other criteria. Phil, please.
Just one other item on that. I'm assuming that when you look at the items and you move them out, as was been traditionally done in the past, you're looking at a goal that the subcommittee has to basically balance out the expenditures so that they're kind of flattened out over the years to
Yeah.
avoid the spikes and.
And you'll see that in
troughs.
you'll see that in the totals. If you flip the pages and you find a
I'm
totals
just-
column for
I'm
the
just
town
bringing-
total.
I'm just trying to bring that out, Tim, as
Yes,
part of
thank
the
you for that.
discussion, that's what basically, you've met one of your goals was to.
Smooth the matrix.
Right, to achieve that.
There is a town subtotal on page,
It's on page 9 if you want.
is that where you going for, Brian?
On both, at the end of the town stuff and then at the very end.
The very end.
Well, I was looking at the top of page 7, if you want to go there. It says net subtotal for all town vehicles and net subtotal for all town projects. And the number is there. The adopted budget last year was $1,576,000, and we're proposing $5,988,000, because we know that these committees will whittle it down.
But
They,
if you-
but based on priorities and based on different criteria set forth, the projects were handed on to the next page.
But if you look at all the out years on that, it's all at either 5 or 6
Right.
or possibly, it's 7 in 2018, but.
Because every time we move one out, Brian gives us a new total and we get the new subtotals, and then we look at it
Right.
and we try to balance it out. You had your hand up, or you just
I'm
scratching?
just scratching.
Mark, please.
I have a question for you. Whether the
My hands are
planning
itchy.
board votes to approve this or votes not to approve it, does it change anything?
I don't know, I've never seen them not approve the CIP proposal, Mark.
What would happen if we vote not to approve it? Anybody know?
I don't know, we'd have to defer to the selectmen. What would the procedure be, Phil?
CIP committee would have to go back and
No, they wouldn't.
revise it until, and take in any
They'd
comments
quit.
from the planning board as to why they wouldn't approve it.
Well, that's true, that's a possibility.
What
Mr.
doc-
Yaton, I want to recognize Mr. Yaton, he has his hand up.
I want to be recognized as a member of the public, not as a member of the committee.
All right, go ahead.
Under the RSA, it says something very peculiar. Distribution of capital costs, avoiding undue taxes, and identifying funding, neither one of which been done in this report. You don't know what the tax increases are, and they haven't identified in this report in any way, place, or fashion, how it's to be funded.
And where would that information come from, sir?
That is something that you're supposed to do. That's something the CIP committee's supposed to do.
And you're a member of the committee, right?
Yes, sir.
So how much did you work on that with us?
I'm,
Or are you just here to complain tonight and criticize us?
Chairman,
Please, go ahead. I just had to tell you right what I thought.
you usually do. In the preparation of the report, under the information given to me, it says, shall confer with the mayor or selectman.
I'm sorry, I didn't
officers, the budget committee.
Are you reading a statute? What are you reading, Alan?
I'm reading what was given to me as a member of the committee as to what it is that we're supposed to do.
Process.
What is it in? The handbook?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And where are you? I know the handbook's here, let me get it. Okay, I've got the handbook. Now, what page you on now?
Page 2, bottom paragraph, RSA 674-7, preparation.
Yes, okay, I got it. The planning board or the capital improvement committee shall confer in a manner deemed appropriate by the board or the committee with the mayor or the board of selectmen or the chief fiscal officer, the budget committee, other municipal officials and agencies, the school board or boards, and shall review the recommendations of the master plan in relation to the proposed capital improvements program. So when we meet with the selectmen's rep and department heads, are we not doing that?
I'm just saying that the master plan was never discussed, nor is it in the minutes.
Each
Ever.
worksheet that's submitted,
The worksheets,
they
yes.
ask for how it fits into the master plan.
On the worksheets, there's a narrative that the department head is supposed to supply us with how it meets the master plan requirements. Now, if we,
Can I make a comment?
please, Phil.
And hopefully, maybe I can shed a little bit of light on this. Goffstown's had a CIP committee, was one of probably the very first ones that have had CIP committee. And over the years, we've had, as the planning board struggles with this and the committee meets, they've always looked at ways to try to improve the process and streamline it down in recognition of the amount of time that people spend in the summer months. And these forms that we look at have been modified to try to conform and meet those obligations. So I think the point that Brian made about how it fits into the master plan, that's how these things kind of moved into the, formed what they did to try to streamline everything and try to make all the compliance, because there is no form that's provided in the statute or anything and says, here's your form. That's what's developed over the years within the community to try to address all of those things. So, I mean, I can understand your comments, Alan. I can understand somebody looking at it and saying that it hasn't been done. But when you look at it historically and how it's arrived, that form has evolved over the years. I think that it's a combination of all those things put together.
Richard?
I was just reading the RSAs that govern the process, and my reading is that the CIP committee, when it exists, as it does in Goffstown, does not have to report to the planning board. They have to report to the budget committee and to the board of selectmen. So I don't believe you require a vote here today.
Alan, I'd like to
670,
apologize for
674?
getting cross with you. You just riled me up when you just come in and
Yeah,
fire
that's what
away
I was
like
just
that.
reading.
Well, I have to admit that I will just say, while people are looking at the statute, this meeting has been a little bit like being in a room of feral cats. And, you know, I really would hope that this board and the members could take the time to look at the agenda. If you have questions or you want to bring up specific things, I appreciate that Richard Meany had an issue on the agenda. I do have to say that I think that email needs to be part of the record, by the way, Gail, in regards to Patty, to the members on the process. I do think that Tim was left a little hanging as a chairman to see that email from Patty, making it appear that the issue was resolved, and then for you to bring it up again tonight and subject it to vote. I think the chairman, who has to go through the agenda before our meeting, should be given the courtesy of some direct comment that you're gonna raise an issue as to the agenda or the process. You certainly don't have to, but I think it would be a courteous thing to do for the chairman or for whoever's running the meeting. That's not an out-of-meeting communication that's subject to right to know. We have an obligation for all of us to do a little homework and make phone calls and find out if we want. If people have ordinances or information that they think might be helpful in the consideration of things, maybe get it to our planner so we all have it in front of us and we're not looking at things about lighting that maybe one member of our board has special knowledge of that nobody else does. And I know for the chairman, who spent a lot of time on CIP, and I have a lot of issues with the CIP, but I have to give him a lot of respect because he spent the time. We sent him to do it. We didn't say don't do it, the statute doesn't require it, or don't come back to us. And then to have a member here tonight who's on the board call the chairman out on process for meetings that he was at, I really do feel like I'm in the land of ambush here tonight, and I'm not really quite sure. I will tell you that when I go through the package, if I have questions, I don't usually call the chair, I call Brian. Brian's usually been very accommodating, so if I have a question that is gonna need an answer that I don't think he has, I try to give him notice of that, and I will tell you that 90% of the time it gets addressed in the presentation, and I don't even have to deal with it. So, I don't know, Mark, you've had an opportunity to read this now on CIP. This is not the first time this CIP has been discussed on this board. And I have to tell you, if you know, this, one of the reasons it's here is because the Board of Selectmen take the CIP as presented and approved by the planning board and work on it with their budget that goes to the budget committee. So, I don't know what the results of your reading the statute were, or whether we require a vote. Quite honestly, with the agenda tonight, it was pretty clear to me, we're not gonna do any substantive talking on the CIP tonight anyways. You would really need to look at the minutes. You know, just because things have been done in the past doesn't mean they have to be done like that. I understand that. So if the board doesn't wanna take a vote on CIP, we know that you can vote to change anything. That's part of our rules and procedure, right? At the end of it, we have it, but we can do whatever we want as long as we vote that we're gonna do whatever that is. So, I don't know, is there a consensus? Did you read the statute and get
Yeah,
any
the way I
clearer?
read it is that it doesn't need to come before the planning board. CIP plan goes before the selectmen, or the mayor. We don't have a mayor, so it's the Board of Selectmen. There's no mention of bringing it before the planning board, the way I read it.
But we can treat it as correspondence, a report from the CIP to the planning board as an FYI, or keep us in the information loop.
John?
674:1, I don't know which one which.
We were looking at
RSA you're-
674:5.
5 through 8.
Colon 5, okay. Of the duties of the planning board, it's not even mentioned.
Look, can I ask a
I'm just-
question?
Please.
So, what I'm hearing is that the planning board is gonna put together a subcommittee with the charge to go out and put together a CIP report. And the planning board is not gonna give those members the courtesy to adopt it? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think the Board of Selectmen created the CIP committee.
No.
Did they not?
No.
The RSA did.
The RSA did, and the people created.
Yeah, the RSA says that either the planning board or the CIP committee will put together this plan. And obviously, we didn't do it. The CIP committee did,
Well,
to follow the RSA, and then they present it to the selectmen for final approval.
The CIP is a subcommittee of our board.
what I'd like to make available tonight is if anybody has any questions or comments about this, we can table this matter to the next meeting. I'd make my book here with all the submissions available to anybody who wants to take it home and read it, make sure that it's all been, Ts have been crossed and Is have been dotted. And if anybody would like to do that, I'm happy to give in. The only reason we try to get this done early is we try to get it done early so that the budget committee and the selectmen have it for the most amount of time for their deliberations on the budget. We try to get at them as early as possible.
I mean, yeah.
Tim, I mean, that actually might be good to do that anyway, just because of, you know, there's one kind of hanging out there issue that the
I know.
CIP committee needed to address, and that was assigning of impact fees in the CIP matrix, which hadn't been done.
Give a very short
So-
discussion of the zoning ordinance about that, please, Brian.
Uh,
One of our own zoning ordinances.
In our zoning ordinance, we're essentially required to have a process that the CIP committee would assign, that the CIP committee would have in their in their process guide, and then in their handbook, and then also that the impact fees be assigned to specific capital improvement projects that they would be used for in the future. And if the impact fees have not been assigned, that they wouldn't be used until the next year when they were assigned by the committee. So one of the things, and I think in the past that's been done by, you know, a simple note in the matrix saying impact fees to be used for, you know, such and such amount of impact fees to be used for this project. You know, we're just trying to, I think, formalize that a little bit more. And I brought this to the committee's attention. It was kind of late in the game, and so they haven't really had a chance to take the time to assign those funds.
It wasn't just late, it was at our last meeting of deliberations.
Well, I brought the issue up
However,
at the prior meeting, and then I
how-
gave them the information at the last meeting.
However,
so.
the requirement is, according to zoning ordinance, we have a process to assign the impact fees. And we as a committee felt it would be best the process would be to assign the authority to the Board of Selectmen to assign the fees, and for us not to do it.
That was,
but if-
that was
but-
one possible idea.
One possible way out, or then the committee has to assign the fee, all the impact fees, and take the power away from the Board of Selectmen to assign impact fees. Because once they're assigned in the process, that's where they're assigned. They cannot be moved if you're gonna read the ordinance in that direction. And I did not want to do that. I did not want to assign the impact fees. I want the Board of Selectmen to assign them. I think I think they have a better handle on the whole process, where impact fees need to go, what projects they should be applied to, not the CIP committee. But that's just my opinion.
So is that something that needs to be resolved between the selectmen and the board and the CIP committee?
The CIP committee is either going to have to assign the
Right.
fees to the schedule,
Right.
or we have to, as a committee, vote to adopt a procedure to give the selectmen the authority to sign the fees.
So are you do you have scheduled, are you going to
We-
have another meeting?
It ended, the CIP committee ended and it was undecided, because it was 9 o'clock and it was Thursday night and the meeting was over.
But that doesn't mean we can't have one more CIP.
We could have a meeting if you're not gonna act on this matrix tonight, and the CIP committee could come back with a recommendation on that. I felt it was a moot point because it's been, how long's that ordinance been in effect, Brian?
Since 2001, I believe.
2001, and we've never applied it once. So this year, as far as I was concerned, this year didn't matter. We go for it next year. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, that makes all the other CIP decisions then invalid? I don't know. But it was so late in the meeting, and we were on our final deliberations, and we didn't want to deal with it. So, if that's copping out, then that's what we did. We copped out.
Just give the impact fees back.
Yeah, just,
So, what's the decision of this board? Do we go by the statute and not even vote on it? Would submit it directly to the Board of Selectmen?
I'd be
I
fine with
think
that.
I think we have to go by the statute.
So send it to the Board of.
Can do whatever we- you know.
Selectmen.
So then, as far as this planning board is concerned, the issue goes directly to the Board of Selectmen after we get done with our last meeting and decision on impact fees and procedures.
We consider it correspondence?
It could be correspondence, and we'd give you give you information on what we finally decided to do. The matrix is not gonna change, so the matrix you have,
I mean, a lot of work.
unless we decide to assign the impact fees as a
Okay.
committee.
Yeah, a lot of good work was done.
A lot of
It's
good
great.
work, I guess.
I don't wanna have a formal vote on it.
I'd like to review
Brian,
the
please.
I'd like to review the statute just to verify that that should be the process we follow. Because I know in the past, I mean, up till now, this is always how it's been done, that the planning board act on that. So I just want to, I think it would behoove us to verify that really is
Okay.
how it should be done. So, what I would recommend is that for now, the planning board continue it to the next meeting, September 13th, assuming that it's still their responsibility. And in the meantime, we'll look it up and determine whether or not it is their responsibility and have that verification. And if it is, then we'll make that change. But
Everybody good with that? Good.
No, I'd like
So
to make a
some-
comment, if you don't mind.
Please, Brian.
I guess my comment is, that disappoints me. I thought it was an excellent thing to have some responsibility for all the work that you folks put into the CIP. And the debate or the discussion that I was hoping to have with my colleagues on this board tonight was about what the CIP matrix was, not about the rules that somebody else decided or the RSAs. Of course, those are the law, but apparently this is how we do it in Goffstown in the past. And I was looking forward to having a discussion about the CIP and all the work that they did. And I just wanted to go down on record that I'm disappointed that it turned out to be a debate more over the RSAs and the details. And I guess that's it.
Anybody else?
Well, the
Okay.
only thing I do have a concern about is the message that it gives to people in the future that serve on the board. So, CIP. As was noted, when they meet, summertime, I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I reluctantly accept the position because nobody else seems to want it, and I've been doing it for 7 or 8 years now. So for the last 7 or 8 years, every Thursday in the summer, I'm either here at Pete Planning Board or I'm here at CIP, and, you know, nothing for nothing, friends.
Yeah, I see the message that if CIP has to report to planning board, generally, they're gonna report to people who are very much uninformed about all of the departmental issues. Whereas if the CIP bypasses the planning board and directly reports to the Board of Selectmen, they're reporting to people who are very informed about departmental issues. To me, that's the best way to do it.
The master, the CIP committee is tied into the master plan, and this board is in charge of the master plan. The CIP, I understand what everybody said, and I'm not saying anymore, but I need to get that on the record, because the planning piece is disappearing from this board, because of the approach in many cases, I think. But it needs to be remembered that the statute, as cited by a couple of people and read here tonight, requires CIP to be tied to the master plan. The master plan is a planning board function, and the budget piece is another one that over time the CIP has attempted to grapple with, which is why there's a correspondence to the master plan. And quite frankly, I can tell you right now that there's a project in this CIP plan that's directly related, or at least not directly related, that's related to an approved development that frankly this board probably should have had questions about. Because this board knows more about it than anybody else, arguably speaking. So I appreciate your reading the statute to say that it goes to the selectmen and they have an idea of the overall issues of the community. But the reality is CIP is part of the planning tool for how this community is going to meet its needs for management of the structures that are necessary for the residents to continue to reside here safely, at least in part. And that's why it's come through the planning board. And I think, unfortunately, Phil's comment goes to the fact that I think maybe when we do warrant articles, depending on where we go, we want to consider whether or not we still want to have a CIP committee in town.
I'll vote to disband it.
Because that's very clear to me where I think some people would go, so I think
If you
that should
don't
be.
if you don't have a CIP committee, you can't collect impact fees though either. That's part of the requirement of collecting impact fees.
Again, I think that there are probably many people on this board who would think that would be a grand idea. So, I think that, I know you're running.
Those funds are very useful, and, you know, I think people should think twice if they are gonna vote for that.
Well, I think a happy medium here would be that the CIP committee would give a report to the planning board, but the planning board would not have any vote whether to adopt or not. We would give the report, the planning board would be advised as to what the committee found and decided, and then it would be sent directly to the selectmen with no vote by the planning board. Mr. Yaton?
I personally think that the planning board should have some control over the CIP. I know that the committee, and I've read everything, and while I was away, I got most of it from Brian on the internet. And I find that it would help involve a discussion in the master plan and how it applies to the community, because this is, it was noted, the planning board should be planning. And then things have gone on, and we seem to be doing less and less and become more bureaucrats and administrators and trying to figure out the problem from the pie. The CIP committee, on the other hand, hears from all the various departments, and you get a little bit more detail as to the reasons why they think they need it. You may not agree with what their synopsis is as to why we need it. I'm gonna pick on the fire department. I don't know what's here from the fire department. From the fire department in terms of modifications and repairs to the fire stations. Well, maybe the board needs to hear that at the same time, because I may not agree as a member of the budget, of the CIP committee on the fact that you lumped them all together, rather than having three separate numbers out there, one for each station, so they can pick. Let's do the central fire station now, this year. We'll do Pernardville in 2014. I think that's what CIP needs to be doing, because one of it is the financial responsibility and the tax burden on the taxpayers. That's what you're asking the committee to do, is to organize the expenditure of those funds in some fashion. But also weed out the chaff, which means, have they given us projects which are not, as we, the CIP committee, think is necessary at the present time for our community? I think that's what we're being asked to do. We have to decide.
We asked both the fire department and the school board this year and in past years about breaking out their projects into separate projects. What they want to do is they want to go for one bond article to take in a 2-year span. In other words, the fire department shows on the matrix how they want to spend the money over several years. But they don't do direct submissions for each item. If you look at the sheet, they'll show you how much they want to spend on each fire station. The dollar amounts are there for each fire station. Or are they? No, they are not. They show the whole thing for Church Street. But the fire chief would want to split it up over the 3 stations. He didn't give us a breakdown. And we didn't ask him for one because he didn't submit one. That's his submission. The school, on the other hand, showed how they wanted to take their bond article for the 17 million and showed how they want to do the Bartlett School one year. They want to do the Maple Avenue School. You'll see incrementally how they wanted to use the funding over into 2014. And then it also another layer falls in there, Alan, is that, for instance, they want to do boiler replacements and oil tank replacements, which they have out there as separate projects. If the bond article was approved, then all those separate projects would be folded into the bond, and then they would go away in the out years. And that was all explained to us at committee. Refurbishing the Mountain View was never included. Mountain View is standalone, but the Maple Avenue projects, which includes boiler replacement and oil tank replacement, and Bartlett School, they were going to just lump all that stuff into one bond article. That way, if the bond article fails, they still have placeholders for fixing the boilers and replacing the tanks, which should be done on a schedule according to their program.
I agree with all that, Tim.
Okay. But we didn't ask them for a breakdown, Alan.
There's just one sentence in this whole process which I think is important that this board knows. And that's, if the sole purpose of the CIP program committee shall be to aid the selectmen and the budget committee in the consideration of the annual budget. That's what we're here for. And I think, members of the committee can speak for various topics. Everybody probably already knows that I'm a staunch conservative. What else is new? Physical conservative also. But at the same time, there are obviously certain programs in there that I have to look at them all the same. I can't look at them differently. And so my question always has been, when you have $6 million worth of projects you want to do, what effect in the taxpayer? And that's one of the CIP committee's objectives, is to manage the physical responsibility of these projects.
Can I ask a question?
Phil?
Alan, is your interpretation, or just so that I can make sure I understand what you're saying or what you're feeling, is that the CIP committee, in a report, should have the tax impact of these projects?
It says it specifically identify funding.
Well, wait, I'm hearing two different things.
We do it.
Identifying funding, and I'm hearing tax impact.
Well, I look at those as the same thing.
Well, okay.
We
but-
do identify the funding, Phil. It's either by appropriation or by
Right,
bond or
right,
by,
right.
it's all identified on the funding source, right, in column 3.
Right, no, I'm not quite, I'm asking.
And I'm just specifying that
point-
the funding sources are there.
All right, I agree, I understand that, but the point I'm trying to make is that if you are looking at a matrix that goes out 6 years or 7 years, I don't understand, well, I'm trying to, how you phrase this. At this point in time, I think that it's impossible to say what the tax impact of something is, because the tax impact is a function of several things. The function that includes in there is the revenues. Without the revenues in that picture, there is no way that I can say that this project might be a $500,000 project, or this is a $35,000 vehicle. What's the tax impact? The only thing I could say to you is that regardless, not taking into the revenues that you're gonna have at that time that this project goes forward, what that tax impact is. Now, to say what the tax impact of something is 3 years from now, I have no idea as a selectman what the state is gonna give the town of Goffstown for revenues. I don't know what we're gonna get back for meals and taxes, so that you can't do that calculation.
We're gonna suspend this discussion right now because we've already decided we're gonna bring this back at another meeting. We still have Southern New Hampshire planning at 5 after 10. We're gonna move on because we've talked about this. We'll talk about this next meeting if anybody wants to talk about it.
September what meeting?
Mr. Chair,
13th.
can the board do a formal vote? I don't know that the board voted to actually continue it.
All right, I'd like a motion from someone to continue this, please.
I move that we continue the discussion till the September 15th.
Second.
September 13th.
September 13th.
I beg your pardon.
Motion by Brian, seconded by
Either one of us.
Phil. Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. At this time, we're gonna just move around a little bit here and have Southern New Hampshire Planning get in position. I know they have a show to put on. A little here, I'll get out of the way. Gentlemen, could please identify yourselves for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm going to start off while Brian is finding our...
You're gonna start off with your name.
That's a great idea. My name is David Priest,
Thank you,
and
David.
I'm the executive director,
We gotta have lunch one of these days.
or breakfast, or
Whatever you
whatever
want.
you can. I know you're a very busy man.
And you're not opaque, right?
And I'm not opaque. I'm very, very
Clear.
there. So, thank you very much.
Very
It's been a very
tired.
long
Solid
evening,
indeed.
and I appreciate your giving us some time tonight.
Sorry it took us so long to get there.
I understand. But to start off with, The Planning Commission is here, has been here to provide technical assistance to our 13 communities. And for the last 3 years, possibly 4 years, we have been working on 2 very important plans for the town of Goffstown, but they also involve your adjacent neighboring communities of New Boston and Ware and other communities. These 2 plans are the Piscataqua River Land Management Plan and the Piscataqua Watershed Land Conservation Plan. Jack Munn will give a brief presentation on both, but I would like to just preface that the River Management Plan is an update of a plan that you already have since 2000, and we're just updating it to include the current statutes that have been passed. The Piscataqua Watershed Management Plan was an idea that was given to us by one of your members, Barbara Griffin, who said, you need to look at a much broader area, a watershed area, if you are going to address the issues of land use and natural resources protection. So I thank you, Barbara, for giving us the idea, and
I'm getting old, I don't remember, but.
it was, but, and she also played a very important part when we were developing the plan. So Jack, are you ready?
No.
Talk some more, David.
There it
This
is.
is the
Here we
wrong,
go.
this is the wrong PowerPoint presentation.
Do you have the stick?
You are kidding, right?
No, I'm not kidding. Did you
Looks
just,
like what's on our, it looks like what we have in front of us that
just
we got
load
from
this?
Patty.
I just copied it from.
2010, that's what we have.
copied the wrong one. There are a
Oh,
couple.
did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's several.
So all that reading we did on this was the wrong one?
No, it's the right plan. Sure.
I
It's
studied
just-
this very carefully.
Just the wrong presentation.
Does that mean we had the wrong day?
No.
Oh, okay.
I memorized that whole thing from nothing.
You can still get quizzed on it, Brian.
Just close that. And open the folder, the one that's selected. Close that thing behind.
Maybe it'd be a good time to take that 5-minute break, Barbara.
Hey, people are free to leave. The public does it all the time.
Lucky them.
Decline this.
Yeah.
I know, right.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
You know, click on open.
Bet you've got a sore neck.
Brian, why don't you go there?
Not really.
I feel like.
Okay, we can close that
The
then.
glare, yeah, no, it isn't. I can't even see the.
Technology is a wonderful thing.
I think
Yeah, I
so.
can't
It
see
saves
it.
lives every day.
Did you load these?
Yeah, well, I just copied the one that's up there, Scatterbar.
Ones I deal with don't have glass on them.
It's up there, and then the river
Purely
management.
mechanical.
You can use the PDF one if you want.
Majority, let's try that.
And then he comes in here and blasts me.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay, we're ready to go.
You'll just have to arrow.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. Okay, Jack.
All right,
Wait a minute, I think
Where
it's
does this
motion
start?
sickness, you keep doing that.
That's just a PDF. You just have to
Okay.
arrow.
All
it.
right, we'll just
Page
arrow.
down, okay.
All right, thank you very much. I know everybody's tired. We had about 10 partners that were involved in this project, from all the conservation commissions to the Audubon Society to Fish and Game. And the most important partner was the local river advisory committee. And it involved all the 11 communities that David mentioned in the watershed. And this is what the new plan looks like. And I believe everybody got a copy of the new plan that Brian distributed. And this is what the old plan looked like that David mentioned was adopted
by the town of Goffstown back in 1999. So it's already currently a part of your master plan now. And so our goal was to update this old 1999 plan. The plan basically is a requirement of all nominated rivers under the state's River Management Protection Act. And we were informed today that at the Goffstown Conservation Commission meeting last night, the commission recommended to the planning board that this plan be updated and included as part of your town master plan. The key goals really have remained the same over between the two plans, water quality being a primary goal. The standard of the water now in the river is still a Class B drinking water standard, which means it must be treated before it can be used as drinking water, and the river is still available for recreational use. But this is a new map we included in the plan, which shows areas along the watershed, which are impaired by pollution, and then also in green is showing the outstanding water resources. In-stream flow is a critical recommendation in the plan. It's always been there to encourage DES to set some standards for maintaining a balance between water quality and water quantity for all these different public uses. So that goal has remained the same. Stream bank stabilization has always been a major goal of the plan. It's important for the town of Goffstown and other towns, particularly for sediment and erosion control, to make sure that stormwater doesn't continue to add a detriment to the river. Shoreline protection has also been a major goal of the plan, particularly maintaining existing vegetation as best as possible along the river's edges. And even the plan includes some recognition that, for example, in the village center and built-up areas in the town of Goffstown, that it should be excluded from the state's Shoreline Protection Act regulations in those built-up areas.
We got an exemption from that, didn't we, in the village?
We did,
Yeah.
Yep, you did. Recreation is another key goal, particularly make sure that there's public access to the river and people aren't trespassing on private property. Natural, scenic, cultural resources continue all to be the same goals that were in the original plan. The specific changes to the plan, there's been numerous maps here that are identified that have been added to the plan. I mentioned that one map showing the impaired and outstanding waters is a very interesting map. Also in the plan, there's a whole new appendix. Includes a new list of all the species that are threatened and endangered, the fish stocking report, a new matrix that includes all the federal, state, and town regulations that have been adopted, 2 water resources related areas over the years, and then also all the identification of the new community, state, and federal organizations. And we also included the Goffstown Rail Trail map and the statewide rivers, designated rivers map. There's only been 2 new goals that have been added to the plan. The one goal, work with DES to implement a fluvial geomorphological study of the river and tributaries. This is a new study that will be coming up, and you'll be getting more information about this. And then second of all, assisting and encouraging communities such as Manchester and Goffstown to seek that exclusion of the shoreline regulations in eligible areas. So you can see the river management plan is a balanced approach to looking at the river. There's only been 4 recommendations added to encourage communities to create stormwater management plans, primarily because I mentioned the stormwater as being the primary consideration for pollution, and ensure that there's proper design of stream crossings, and then support DES in conducting this fluvial geomorphological study, and then also continue to support the eastern brook trout venture to protect the trout in the river.
Can you explain a little bit about that brook trout
Fluvial
venture?
geomorphology
No,
study.
the brook trout thing.
The brook trout. It's a joint venture with St. Anselm College and also Trout Unlimited, the local chapters, to do basically water quality monitoring in parts of the tributaries to see where brook habitat could be restored and protected. So they've actually done tagging of fishes in those areas and keeping track of the number of trout in certain parts of the streams.
I mean, is it fair to say St. Anselm's has probably had programs working with water studies for 20 years?
Oh,
probably,
At least
yeah.
20 years. They've had various projects going.
Yeah.
And many, if not all of those years, there have been projects ongoing in Goffstown with them.
Yeah, and this is an ongoing study, and it will
I have a
continue.
question for you.
Yes.
On the last two bullet points says support, such and such.
Mhm.
What's included in that? And does that mean financial support?
No
Cost
financial
the town
support.
anything for that?
No.
No, it's strictly just support the whole concept of doing the study. It's basically a study that's gonna look at the river stream banks and check to see where there's gonna be erosion and fluvial damage.
Would the town have to dedicate some personnel to that?
No, not at all.
Sometimes, for example, Conservation Commission has monitored water edges and done photos for studies and comparative things like that. So I think in my experience, what is meant is that it's sort of something that people may spend time on primarily in a volunteer capacity in regards to.
And we
supporting.
might have to contact the town to assist us on helping to contact the property owners
Right.
along the river.
To get access.
To get access. And that's an example of how the town can assist us on this.
We're in a
endeavor.
tough situation though, because it's all sand along the riverbanks, and the damage to the riverbanks is inaccessible, in most cases. It's, DES wouldn't, I don't know what DES would allow you to even do. Because you'd have to do excavation and earth placement and different things within the river. Sounds like an awfully unachievable goal.
Oh, well, we're just gonna be studying it to see the extent of it and provide the information to DES and to the town.
Good.
So they have a better knowledge of what's happening.
Yeah, actually, the State Geological Survey is in charge of the project, and they're gonna be hiring a contractor engineering firm that has the capacity to conduct these fluvial studies.
Again, the study is just to provide you with better information, so you can make better decisions in the future.
And I think as far as the first one goes, and Meg can follow up on this, we are a MS4 community, Goffstown is, so we probably already have a very
You probably do.
involved stormwater management plan.
Oh, yeah, that started a while ago, right?
Um,
So, yeah, Alex is in charge of that.
MS4's been around for a long time.
Right.
MS4 is a program where you have to account for all the sweepings and different types. They don't want silica sand used on the roads because it gets
Right.
into the stream beds, kills all the aquatic life. So they're very particular about sand placement, cleaning it up, cleaning catch basins, so they don't want that pollutants, that silica pollutants into the stream.
Correct. That's a good point.
Yeah, good question. What kind of pollutants are you talking about that make it a Class B water, non-drink, non-potable, I guess you'd call it?
Yeah, there
bacteria?
could be a variety. They're detected at different monitoring points along the river, and they could be E. coli from septage systems. It could be phosphorus and nutrients. Farmland,
Right,
agricultural runoff. But the one that's most critical is the stormwater, which runs off the roads, which includes these silicates, includes the VOCs and petroleum and other things like that. So that's why the stormwater management plans are so important. And Goffstown is further ahead than many other.
It actually began work in town more than 2 years ago. Some of the Mass Road
It's been around 10
drainage
years or
and,
more, I bet.
yeah, they've been working on separating the runoff drainage from other drainage in town with the sewer commission, because that was part of the issue with some of the sewer lines.
Yeah, but there's two reasons, part of that plus the other reasons we pay for the
Water.
flow of
Well,
the
yeah.
water. So by separating it out, it reduces.
Save money.
Okay, so we're ending this presentation on this plan now, and we have the other plan to do, but we wanted to know if you wanted to
Act on this
act
first.
on these separately or together, or what your...
Because they are two
Yeah,
separate
I think we should
plans.
act on them separately. That way they can
Okay.
vote on them.
This one is an update. It's
That's an
currently-
update.
So,
currently in there.
to,
Brian, do we have a memo updating the status of this or something?
I didn't provide a memo to the board regarding either of these.
Okay. Well, we
I-
had something from conservation dated
Oh,
yesterday.
you did get a memo from conservation.
they voted
Or
to,
today.
With their recommendation.
to accept it.
That was
Oh,
today on your
Yeah.
table.
It's Tuesday.
They met
Right, John?
yesterday. They met yesterday,
Only if
and
the
they
stock.
provided their memo to us today.
That's for this
on our-
one, right?
On our table.
No, it's for the
other.
The other
For the
one.
updates?
It's actually for both of them.
But that, if I could say, what I didn't understand on, well, hang on a minute, let me just find that.
Memo from conservation.
Well, the one from Conservation Commission.
There was one dated yesterday and there was
Well,
one dated a while
I just,
back.
maybe I was reading the wrong one. Hang on one second.
The one dated the 16th, and I forget what day today is at
Today's
this
the
point.
16th.
What is the, without the co-occurrence model? Because they have it highlighted.
No,
That's
they
That's the second one that we haven't seen
They
yet.
Okay.
said they recommended the update and then the watershed without coherence, okay.
Right, So they're
So it
recommending that.
addressed both in this.
They're recommending both in this one memo.
But one of them, I thought, said that at one previously, that's, okay, I guess what I'm confused on something then. We're looking at two things. One is an update and one is a new plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one that
You
is.
just heard the update.
Yeah, the one that's the update, okay? That's what I guess I'm a little confused. It says that they originally.
The other one. I think I might be able to help. I was on conservation before, and this one was not controversial, but the other one, at one point, the Conservation Commission recommended not accepting it as part of the master plan. But it seems that since I have left conservation, that they have recommended it as part of the master plan.
'Cause they got
Well,
rid
what
of
I-
the
we're about to hear.
Right, I understand, but what I'm confused on, it says that back in January, the commission had recommended that the documents, and I'm assuming they're talking both of these these
Yes,
these
same both of
documents,
those.
be adopted as reference documents. But what I'm confused at is if they recommended them to be a reference document, and one of them is an update that's already in the master plan, that seems to contradict.
And that,
So that's where I'm confused.
That's part of the confusion that everything happened with this. When they had made that recommendation, they, I don't know if they were aware that the
I don't think
river
they
management
were.
plan was already part of the master plan. And they sort of just lumped them into the same action, and they made one recommendation, no, we don't wanna
Well-
add this at this time to the master plan.
I think it's a moot point because we have a letter dated today that the Goffstown Conservation Commission wants to accept it and put it into the master plan. I think this is the latest document. It's signed by
What's the
Gene
date?
Walker.
What's the date?
August 16th.
Today.
That's, I'm sorry, but
If it's an
maybe-
old, if it's an old correspondence, though, maybe they
This is
changed.
what I'm reading. I'm looking at it, I'm reading. What I have confusion with, Tim, August 16th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm reading right from it. It says that this plan that we have in front of us, that says it's a plan update, which means that there is already one of these that's adopted and is part of the master plan, that back then they wanted it not to be.
Well, they must have changed their mind because that's what this letter says. It says to adopt it to the master plan in the first paragraph, doesn't it?
They did
Or
change.
am I reading it wrong?
They did change their mind.
They did change their mind.
Yes. They changed their mind last
Phil, are we looking at the same letter?
Tim, maybe I'm not articulating my point. When they made this decision on the update, they wanted the update to be a plan, but they're updating something that's already part of the master plan.
So what's the point?
Phil,
How does a plan become something that's already
We're
part of
just
the master-
updating it. We're just
It's
taking the existing document.
Forget it.
When they first did it, they did.
I'm confused.
I have a question.
Mark?
I have a question for Brian. Does anything in this plan, the changes, do they have the force of law, or are they tantamount to ordinance changes?
No, this is advisory only.
Does this document create any new requirements for landowners?
No.
It does have some updated, recommendations.
No new restrictions on
No.
private property owners?
And it's already
Updates,
part
that
of
was
the
it.
master plan.
Yeah. I'd say actually from the private.
Well, I don't know that there are only 4 updates, Brian.
It was, on one of their slides, there were.
Well, no, that might have just been a summary.
I was just gonna say from a private property owner who may own property along the river, I would like to have this plan adopted as part of my town's master plan, because if I had a erosion problem and needed to get monies to stabilize my bank, I would refer back to this plan and say, this is supporting the need for funding for stabilizing the shoreline. So I think it has some private property owner benefits, more so than anything else.
Well, if you're on the river, but if you're not on the river and you're paying taxes to pay for those things, you may not think so. They're taking your taxes. But I saw the same thing as you did, those 4 bullet points, and I wasn't clear if those were just a summary or the only ones or all-inclusive, because there's a lot of stuff in there. As long as it doesn't add a new layer of restrictions to property owners with the force of law or force of ordinance,
No.
then I'm okay with it.
We still got a quorum, we have to.
But we have no chair or vice chair.
We have to vote a
No
new
chair
chair.
or vice chair.
Well, we thank you for your time.
This is like mortifying, this whole meeting.
Aren't they all?
No, this one has been a little
education
worse
rating?
than most. I don't know, is it a full moon this week?
That's good, very good, yeah.
They say it doesn't have
Yeah,
any
it was
effect,
very
but I
good.
swear it does.
Oh, it
I think
does.
you'll be very pleased with some
It
of our
does.
recommendations.
I had a girlfriend who worked in the ER, and she said
Looking forward to
definitely,
Hospitals,
Yeah.
the elderly,
Restaurant people will
kids,
tell you the same thing.
There's something.
What
I
are
can
they
tell you the same thing about customers that come in to complain about things at the counter. Full moons.
Oh, really? Comes in waves. That's nice.
Oh, yeah.
Could you stick your head out and find out what our chairman, whether our chair is coming back?
We're taking the 8:30 break.
Actually, this might help, this presentation might help answer Phil's question.
But let's just wait
No,
until
no.
we resolve this first.
Are we gonna, I
Let's keep
think,
going. I just wanted to ask Phil, not arguing with you, but
it's, all
I
right,
don't want to be feeling feral.
everybody already has been, including me.
Carol's okay.
All right, so,
Can I just make a statement? I didn't give you a memo, I didn't give you, like a form to sign if you do want to adopt this for this hearing, thinking that, this was your first look at it, and I didn't know if the board had, any reservations about doing it on their very first time seeing it, or if they wanted to continue a public hearing and have it back. Either way, if you want to vote on it tonight, I think we can give you a form at the next meeting, have you all formalize that you signed it and that it's part of the master plan.
We have to open a public hearing though, right?
You do have to open the public
I
hearing.
haven't
We
done that
did
yet.
notice a public hearing.
I haven't opened it yet.
Obviously, don't have any people here tonight, but any more, anyway. So,
I'm here.
we do.
And I recognize Andrew Carter.
it was noticed as a public hearing, right?
It was noticed as a public hearing.
And we've had this on our agenda actually a couple of times and have continued it and sort of gotten things straightened out.
We just have never really,
And here,
we just have never actually really had the presentation. We've had it on the agenda several times, but it's just been pushed out.
Well, let's get going with it then.
so can we have a public hearing on it
Move
then?
that we open a public hearing.
All right, we'll open the public hearing.
On the river management
On the
plan.
river management.
Plan update.
My name's Andrew Cataract, and I'm on the PRLAC, the Piscataqua River Local Advisory Committee. I'm the Goffstown rep. So I just want to thank you for looking at this, and it is an update to the original. Some of the support questions that were asked, what type of support, a lot of that is our volunteering. We just did something with Trout Unlimited where we actually went out and looked at 500 stream crossings in the Piscataqua watershed, and we volunteered to go out and stand in the rivers and walk through the poison ivy and take pictures of that. And it was twofold. It was to help, you know, people here to know, get an assessment of what that stream crossing is, and also it's to look to see, like, okay, is there a drop off here, and is it undermining the culvert, and can aquatic fish get up there, you know, to bring those types of awarenesses back.
Pardon my ignorance, what's a stream crossing? A
Anytime
bridge,
the
a road?
Right, and there's a culvert
Uh-huh.
or a bridge
Okay.
where water goes through, that's a stream.
They're all man-made, these
Yes,
stream
they're all
crossings?
man-made.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's an example of the support that, you know, when you see support there, it's, you know, we're gonna get out there and do this with Trout Unlimited and volunteer our time and help to coordinate it through, whether it's St. Anselm's, you know, just that type of support.
Good.
But I hope you do adopt it as part of the master plan. And it is an update, so I think that's why it's here, because there are changes and it's not the exact same thing. So I would think you would need to vote on updating the new version. But it's mostly, as they said, you know, updates to stuff that's just changed, that's out there on the books already, and there's no enforcement of this. It's a tool for people to use, so thank you.
So,
Nope, sorry.
may I, to follow up with that, for example, in some of these sections, each one you have goals, and you have key actions to achieve these goals. So those are just recommendations
Right,
for the town to consider.
Right. Or for us to do as a committee. You know, there's a lot of things like public outreach or to support community events.
So this one says PRLAC to work with each community to adopt local ordinances in each town restricting the placement of signs along the river corridor.
Right, so if there was an ordinance here and they needed us to support that, we would be, you know, available to do outreach or to talk about the river, you know.
Why don't,
Great.
just because I know we have some new members, can you just give a couple of minutes on?
PRLAC?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I mean,
Locally,
somebody
I
just.
actually pulled those out. Basically, in 1988, the New Hampshire General Court passed a Rivers Management Protection Act, and it was RSA 483-6. And basically, it allows for certain rivers to go through this designation process where they become designated rivers. And with that designation, they also are allowed, basically these little committees have been formed. And we don't really have any regulatory authority. Each town can have, I think, up to 3 members of the community who basically provide a local reference for anything that happens within, I believe it's a quarter of a mile on each side of the designated river. And so we live in the communities. If something's happening or if there's a need, we meet once a month and review plans, much like what you guys do, and we comment. Our comments have no, you know, enforcement. They're more recommendations. Hey, you know, we know where this is, and did you know that I think that's in a floodplain, and you might want to check with the Department of Army Corps engineers, you know, or the landowner should be aware that there might be further restrictions there, you know, so we would be advisory, and it's just an advisory committee. And so the Piscataqua has been a designated river since 1992. So that's kind of what we do.
And these
Thank
are
you.
all summarized on page 9, the updated plan.
I'm trying to be
So,
quick.
just to make sure everybody understands, the land management plan, which we just saw, is in our master plan currently, and this is an update. This
Okay.
next document that you're got to cut, what is the status of this document right here?
This is all completely new.
This is completely new. Okay, just make sure everybody knew that.
Although we've been working on it for the last 2 years.
We were gonna break them apart, right?
We
So
will vote on them
we-
separately.
We're still in the public hearing, aren't we?
We're gonna
Yeah.
talk about the, we're still on the river management plan then.
Well, if
Right.
you wanna talk about it, now's the time. Before we start on the new subject.
Oh, I thought we were gonna vote on its inclusion before we started talking about the new subject.
Well, Brian was talking about getting a letter for everyone to sign, so I didn't know if we were gonna have a vote tonight. or-
No, you can vote on it.
this tonight,
You
right?
can vote on it, and I'll just have
Have
the
the letter
forms
next
up.
time.
letter for everyone to sign.
Right, any discussion on the Piscataquag River Management Plan update.
Is the public hearing still open on it, or do we have to close the public
Well,
hearing?
public hearing's open.
I'm just asking the process.
Well, should I be closing the public hearing?
For this
I think that's
portion.
what people are
Well, then
trying
we'll
to
close
say.
the public hearing. So, we're gonna discuss it and vote on it? Is that what you wanna do?
Yes.
Yes, do it then. Discussion. Mark's already had some discussion. Anybody else have discussion on the
Yeah.
River Management Plan update?
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the Conservation Commission and adopt the Piscataquag River Management Plan update as an update to the current plan of our master plan.
I'll second that.
Seconded by
Me.
Phil. Any discussion on Barbara's motion? John's not here, so we wait for him to come back?
He's been gone for a few minutes, I don't know where.
Oh, we
he
have a
is.
quorum. Doesn't matter.
We have a quorum, right?
All right, so, any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor of adopting the Piscataquag River Management Plan update, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes. That's
Okay, great, thank you.
John? His wire's here, but
still
nothing on the end of it.
All right, let's move on to the next plan. This is completely new. And Phil, to help answer your question earlier about some of the confusion, when we took this plan and presented it to the Conservation Commission several months ago, I think it might have been 5 or 6 months ago, the Conservation Commission in Goffstown had concerns that we included the Wildlife Action Plan.
Right.
And the Wildlife Action Plan is so broad, it takes more of a 30,000-foot view of natural areas and conservation areas. And it didn't pick up a lot of the areas that the Goffstown Conservation Commission has been working on. David Neiman and others on the commission have been more active in identifying more specific protection conservation areas. So one evening, David and I got together and we talked about that issue, and we came up with a solution that we could take out that co-occurrence model, which includes the Wildlife Action Plan, and just focus on the water resources, really the headwater streams, the most important things in terms of the river and the watersheds. Take out the land in the co-occurrence model. So we did that, and what you have in front of you is the plan that was developed without that model, but it focuses on the key water resources. So that's basically the difference between the two plans. And it was kind of special, especially developed that way to take care of that need that the Goffstown Conservation Commission had. And after that, they supported the plan and recommended that it be considered a reference document to the planning board. But I believe at their meeting last night, they reconsidered that motion and actually said, yeah, this is a good plan without that co-occurrence model. We support it and would recommend that the planning board consider it and conclude it as part of the master plan. So that's the background on how we are, where we're at here with this. David mentioned we have been working on this for 2 years. It came about because of the need for looking at protecting more of the natural resources in the watershed and giving a framework for some of the land trusts that have been working to do that, including the Piscataquag Land Conservancy, the Francistown Land Conservancy, and the Monadnock Conservancy, as well as the Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forests, because all those groups are currently working with landowners to protect land. All right, so quickly into the plan itself. The goals of the plan really look at the overall health and sustainability of the watershed for these key things. It identifies and maps the high-quality headwaters and the drainage areas within the watershed, And then it raises public awareness of the importance of these resources and tries to promote the existing and statewide, local, regional efforts to protect these areas.
What is a high-quality headwater?
I'll talk about that in a second. So
About
why
that,
is the Piscataqua watershed so special? Well, it's one of the largest and most ecologically important natural drainage systems we have here in southern New Hampshire. It's biologically rich. The river is free-flowing for 96% of its length. It's heavily forested and contains a lot of wetlands and uplands and headwater streams. These are the identified high-quality watersheds. We developed these using the USGS Sparrow model, which narrows down to look into smaller drainage areas which are part of larger sub-watershed areas. And we looked at a number of standards such as housing density, population density, as well as the elevation of these areas, and used those as kind of criteria to help define what we found as being watersheds that support very good, high-quality water. And these were the ones that we identified here in Goffstown, the darker blue being the key drainage areas that really contribute to help recharge groundwater and help provide what I call flood storage and other ways to help slow down nutrients from entering into the main body of the stream, of the river. So if anything, these areas are recommended by the plan as something that the town and the Conservation Commission should take a look at and see about how they could protect these areas in looking at both regulations and also looking at landowner protections, working with the land trust. So what are these headwaters? I mentioned that they provide capacity to store floodwaters and help to recharge the groundwater. They remove the sediment, excess nutrients. But basically, they are these first and second order streams, as you can see there in the lower diagram, which basically in many towns in the watershed are unprotected. There's very few regulations that help protect these smaller tributaries other than setbacks for buildings, riparian buffers that some towns may have in place, or, well, basically those are the two main ways they're protected currently. So the plan really is saying to all the communities, let's take a look at these smaller streams in these upper watershed areas and see how they could be best protected. The implementation strategies and studies coming out of the plan, we mentioned the Eastern Brook Trout Study. It's been ongoing during the development of this plan. There's the Headwaters Project that all the conservation commissions, mainly the Francistown and the Piscataqua Land Conservancy have been working on. There's also a new project that came out of this planning process, and that is developing a watershed impervious surface maps. All the regional planning commissions in the watershed, including us, Central, Southwest, and Nashua regional planning commissions, are going to be working with Granite to depict where impervious surface coverage is located in the watershed. Those would be building locations, driveways, parking lots, things like that, so that if towns want to take their MS4 requirements and actually do a little bit more stormwater management planning, they can do what's called pollutant loading analysis, where they would take the impervious coverage and factor that into some modeling for looking at the loading of stormwater in certain areas.
But again, the surface mapping is just information to assist your community.
Right.
If you choose to go that way in the future.
Correct. The other big project that Andrew mentioned that has been going on is this culvert stream passage assessment work. We've been working with Trout Unlimited to take a look at all the stream crossings see where they're.
Also bridges, anything that.
Right, bridges and roads, to see where they can be improved. And the improvements really come back and will benefit communities, because this data will help towns justify upgrading their bridges and roads and culverts in case there's, some of those have flood-prone problems. And the last study, which we mentioned before, which is the new fluvial erosion hazard assessment planning, this will be coming out this fall, mainly the winter and spring of next year. The state's going to actually undertake the assessment next summer. But as David mentioned, the planning commissions are going to be involved to help educate and provide some outreach efforts on this study and to notify property owners. The key planning outcomes of the project, again, we want to stress this is advisory only. It builds on the conservation plan that was prepared by the former Piscataqua Watershed Association in 2005. It includes new and up-to-date information about all the protected lands in the watershed. It identifies these high-quality headwater areas, and it identifies these current and new studies. And then more importantly, this planning process has enabled all 4 of the regional planning commissions to work with their town conservation commissions in developing conservation goals and projects. The planning commissions really have never had the ability to do that specific work with the town conservation commissions before. And lastly, the process has encouraged the commissions to consider putting together what we call the short-range conservation action plans, basically kind of a communication tool to let the public and other boards and committees in the towns know of what the commission's annual work goals are and priorities. And some of the towns have pursued that, and I believe the Conservation Commission here in Goffstown supported the notion of doing this, but hasn't really acted on it yet at this time. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Happy to answer any questions. Certainly there's a lot here in this plan, and you may want to take more time to review it, as Brian has suggested earlier.
But there were 11 communities that was part of this plan, and 4 regions. And we worked together with both the planning boards and the conservation commissions, as well as the known conservation land trusts like the Piscataqua Land Conservancy in Francistown and Spinniff. So there was a lot of people involved. We heard the people, we incorporated their comments like we did with the Goffstown. So I think the plan kind of addresses the local concerns. And then again, it provides you with valuable information. It's only advisory. It aids to your future decision-making on if these lands come up that have been identified as key headwater areas that you should be looking at trying to protect. We've got some understanding there to help you.
Okay, David, what exactly do you need from us? Is there something that?
Well, we would like, since the Conservation Commission has recommended that you adopt this as a part of your existing master plan. That's where we're here.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open a public hearing again. I'm sure we have a public hearing, because this was
Can I say my name again?
Go ahead.
Andrew Carteret with the Piscataqua River Local Advisory Committee, and I just want to say that as a committee, we do support this plan, and we hope that you adopt it as part of the master plan. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Close the public hearing. Members of the board, questions for the presenters?
I have one. I left John.
Please. Who was first, Barbara?
Barbara was first.
Go ahead.
I just want to note, I mean, it looks like we're all, just for members of the public, we're looking at a huge document, and it is big, but frankly has been stated, a lot of it is tables and notes, which are the appendices. You talked about the watershed, and we talked about the tributaries 1 and 2 and the parts in Goffstown. The reality is the watershed that we're in really begins far outside of Goffstown's boundaries.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct. You're right.
So when we're talking, and Goffstown actually is sort of unique because we have the different branches of the river that actually
Coming
come together here in
Exactly.
Goffstown, pretty much at our town border.
Yep.
So that a lot of the issues in regards to the 1 and 2 level tributaries are not really applicable in Goffstown, though there are some in the sort of the hill, outside areas, the hillier areas that
That's correct.
feed in because of the slope, not so
Right.
much because of
Right.
the volume, right?
That's correct.
So in that regards, when you're talking about the watershed, there's information about Goffstown in here and how we're really sort of the net recipient of everything.
Correct.
Yeah, you're the downstream community.
We're the downstream of it, right, which is, so I guess, consistent with the fact we've had a milfoil warrant article on our ballot for the last couple of years, because I think
It's
it's
coming
coming
down,
from
yeah.
Francistown and coming
Right,
down.
right.
Okay, but as a plan, there's no specific action that you're expecting Goffstown to take. This is consistent with the master plan in regards to conserving the water, okay.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
John?
What is, other than, what is your interest in it, other than the contract with Goffstown to do your service for what you do for
Where-
Goffstown? What is your interest in this, through grants or through other things, and is it gonna cost Goffstown anything?
It won't cost
From any of
Goffstown
this?
any money. To do nothing in the future will cost Goffstown probably millions of dollars to correct the mistakes. You have an opportunity now, through this plan, if you choose, to protect the water resources now, so you don't have to have those costly mitigations measures in the future. So right now, there's no cost. It's only advisory. We're just asking you to be part of your master plan so that in future, decisions that you make, you can consider this as part of it. But as Barbara has mentioned, most of the watershed areas that are most concerning are in the other communities adjacent to Goffstown.
Quick follow-up, thanks. No plan is all good, and no plan is all good. So what are the downsides of not adopting this? What are the upsides of not adopting this?
Well, the downside is that the Piscataqua River will become more and more polluted
From upstream,
from upstream, right?
which has nothing to do with Goffstown.
Right, but you.
What are the upsides for not getting involved in this?
Well, I guess my question would be, what is the involvement that occurs by adopting this plan?
What is the,
That's what I'm trying, I think that's what you're trying to figure out,
What's the
right?
involvement? Yeah, I mean, no plan is perfect, one side, and no
Right.
plan is perfect. Whatever you're presenting us is for a reason, what you want to present us. What is the upside of not adopting this plan? I mean, is there an upside for not adopting this plan?
Well,
Is there any?
I would answer it, this plan kind of provides a framework for continuous studies and assessment work that we mentioned. Those studies that need to occur to help provide more specific recommendations for either restoration or mitigation. Things that David mentioned that would help the town save money from costly improvements. Hopefully the town won't need to come to the river and use the river for drinking water, because it's very costly to treat the water. So anything to help maintain good quality groundwater, recharging the groundwater helps with the village water precinct. A lot of the tributaries that flow down into that aquifer are headwater streams. So it's important to protect those smaller streams. So we're just really kind of identifying these things, saying these are things that are important for towns to consider, set up the framework for that, and then allow the towns to decide how best to further actions if they wanted to pursue anything.
Mark?
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Does this plan recommend any guidelines that are let's say such as the setback requirements that are more restrictive than state DES requirements for upland or
No.
water, wetlands areas?
No, there are 2 model ordinances included in here, which towns can consider as
Those are in the
something-
appendix, right?
But they're in the appendix.
In the appendix,
And
they're
they're not.
part of the plan.
They're not recommended in the 3 steps that are recommended in the planning recommendations. First step, obviously, is acknowledging that the plan is important, that we should include it in our master plan because it does identify this as a framework. 2, that more studies need to occur to really define more concrete, specific things that could help improve water quality, maintain groundwater quality. And then the third one is just continued education and outreach. This plan gave us the ability to work with the conservation commissions. And so really that's it in a nutshell. So there's no specific ordinance recommendations.
Is that Mark? We're coming up on 11 o'clock, everybody. Does anybody else have any other questions at this time?
It would take an hour.
Just a quick one. You folks mentioned a lot about surface water. Are there implications on well water for a lot of those of us who have wells?
Well, every well is different, and it draws down water from,
Depends what kind of well,
surrounding-
Brian, maybe. Whether it's a artesian well or a
Village
or a
Precinct
dug
has a
well.
huge well.
Yeah.
It is just a well.
It
You
depends on
mentioned-
where it's located and, how deep it is and what the source of water that is, that it,
Draws from.
So there's many different factors and variables. Geology is a huge variable. So every area is different, so.
So that's
But
mostly no?
the aquifer that a lot of the wells draw from overall is recharged by rainwater, by these smaller streams. And that's important to make sure, and wetlands, to make sure that those areas are protected so that your aquifers are protected.
Brian, the Goffstown Water Precinct are gravel pack wells, I can tell you that, down on the river. Mark, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, follow-up. When this was being done and researched and put together, were other groups and organizations such as real estate associations or developers or taxpayer group representatives consulted or invited to the table to be involved with
We had
this?
several public meetings throughout the process of developing the plan, and the public was involved. We reached out to all of the communities with press releases and notices, so there was ample opportunities for people to come to the meetings and to give any input they wanted. The Goffstown Conservation Commission was very active, and I appreciate their participation in the process. But they were all open meetings, Mark.
Bill, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. What's being asked to be adopted into the master plan is this entire document?
Yes.
And it includes all the appendices?
Yes.
Correct.
Brian?
You mentioned about about a dozen communities that are involved.
11 communities.
Are we the first stop for this
No,
particular?
you're
meeting?
actually the last stop.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what has happened so far?
Go ahead.
Well, we've had, actually Manchester was considering adopting the plans tonight at their early business meeting. So I'll find out tomorrow if they adopted it or not. The town of Ware Planning Board has reviewed this for, I'd say, 3 or 4 months now. They actually had an attorney review it and make sure that it was strictly advisory, and they realized that that was the case. And so they actually adopted it at their last meeting last month. Just last week, the town of Greenfield adopted it, and the town of Darien has adopted it, and
Francistown.
Francistown is looking to consider adopting it when they update their master plan. They put it on hold until they do a master plan update. Several other communities have kind of made the same recommendation.
So that's
New Boston?
New Boston has put it on hold too.
until their master plan is updated.
Does that complete your question?
Thank you, thank you.
John?
You know, you're probably familiar with the Water Sustainability Commission.
Yes.
Is this connected at all to
No.
determine who actually owns this water?
No.
And landowners owning their groundwater and
This document is just
potential
to
of them getting
protect.
taxed for the water that they
No.
pull out of their own well?
I hear what you're saying, but this document, this plan, it's only for the protection of the Piscataqua River watershed. That's it.
Which is part of an aquifer, or is this
No, it's a part of a
a
watershed.
watershed, not part of the aquifer?
Right. It feeds into the aquifer in places, but it's a watershed plan.
Yeah, it doesn't deal with regulations like that. Those are state.
Any other questions for the gentleman at this time?
Strictly advisory document?
Makes a good fan. I mean, trees were killed too.
Maybe.
The trees.
More trees killed since computers were invented than anything.
I guess you turn
Well,
that
we
off.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
both.
you.
Tree conservation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have to make the decision on what we're gonna do with this document at this time. So I'm open to suggestions from the membership.
Close the public hearing.
I closed the
You
public
already
hearing
did
already. Yes, I did.
I must have been napping.
I think you were out of the room for a second.
So you're open to a motion, we can decide.
Well, we have to discuss it, or a motion, and then vote on motions, whatever is the pleasure of the board.
We can get rid of it tonight, right? Or, I mean, we can finalize the
We
decision
can
tonight.
finalize it tonight.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Big book,
I move that the planning board recommend that the town consider this PWLCP as a reference document only, and that we not adopt it as an amendment to the master plan.
I would second that.
I will give you an update on the master plan, because we talked about that at CIP. Our master plan is up for, in 2015, I believe, is when we have to renew, well, that's when our 10 years is up. Is that right, Brian? 15 or 14?
16.
16?
16.
Master,
Support this motion, because I believe it is an excellent document for us to have available to us. But I do believe that if we were to adopt it in its entirety, it could serve as a basis in the future for some unnecessary or additional ordinances.
okay, anybody else have comments?
I do.
Phil? Oh, I'm
I-
sorry, Brian, I just recognized Phil, because he had his
Excuse me,
hand
I'm
up.
sorry, Phil, go ahead.
Brian can go first.
I respectfully disagree with Richard. I think that the information put in here was even-handed, and I think it has the best interest of a very important resource in our community, and I think it should be part of the most important document in our town.
Phil?
I have a couple of concerns, and the reason why I asked about the entire document. I just have a little difficulty with what's in the appendices and having those appendices be part of a master plan. And I guess part of that is one of the comments that was made earlier by somebody that said that this looks like it's very, very, very thick, but when you take a lot of that out, there is some very good information in here, and I agree. But I have, I mean, the things that I don't think belong in a master plan are like letters of commitment, notices of meetings in here. These types of things, I don't believe belong in the master plan. That's the type of thing that you would have in a planning document. we have many, many planning documents that we have that have these types of things that are not part of the master plan. My concern is, I prefer to have a master plan that when somebody looks at the master plan, they're not intimidated by the size of the plan, because if you take the plan and you add this to the plan's gonna go from this thick, now all of a sudden, this much thicker with that. I have that concern, and perhaps time for another discussion. I think that there's a lot of things that, in here, that we cover by ordinances that we already have. And I think at this point, I don't agree, and I'm not gonna vote for the motion that's on the table right now, because I don't agree with the part of it that it not be part of the master plan. I believe that there are things that are in here that do qualify to be in the master plan. I just don't think that the document in its current form with all those other appendices belonging in. I do have a concern with model ordinances becoming part of a master plan. I just don't think that's where they belong.
In my opinion, I don't think this is a model ordinance. I don't think this is a segue into.
No, there are
into
model ordinances in here that are listed specifically in a master plan, and I don't think that that's the place to have model ordinances in the appendices, buried in the appendix of something like this that's part of the master plan. Because what sometimes happens with that is people, oh, well, it's in the master plan. Well, what do you mean? Well, it says that in this model ordinance that's in the master plan, and I just, the way that's interwoven in that.
Phil,
just don't think
if I could interrupt, what would you suggest that we take this document and take the vital information out of it at a later date, and then maybe make another recommendation for a
Well,
master plan?
I think that along that line, there's a lot of information in here that could be taken out, separated out, or separate some of the other things that are in the appendices out and leave the meat of the important part, incorporate that into it, but perhaps when we do an update.
So,
Would you-
well,
Oh,
I'm sorry,
excuse me.
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Phil, would you be willing to go through the appendix and take out the things you don't like, and perhaps we could bring it back around for discussion?
I think basically the entire appendix. I just don't like appendices in here to be incorporated into a master plan.
But the appendix is what supports the findings that they had for this document. And one of the reasons why it is thick is because it's thorough. And, you know, just by thickness alone, certainly that shouldn't dissuade people from including it. There are some very important thick documents.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to be consistent in the things that we add into it. When you go into this update in here, you don't have those types of, you don't have those appendices in here. This document and this document are completely made up differently. When I say made up, I don't mean things were made up, but I'm saying the way they're compiled.
Composed, sure.
They're completely different.
I'd like to move on here, John.
Yeah, I really like the way Phil's thinking on this, and I certainly don't want to compel future master plan committees to be stuck with anything in particular that we did without an awful lot of careful planning and thinking.
So at this time, does this board agree that we should look at this further and consider it further, but I know there's a motion on the floor, I haven't forgotten, but we should possibly consider looking at it in a different light at a future date and consider it for a future discussion. Sorry, there's a motion on the floor, I'm gonna call a motion. Mark's motion was to adopt it as a reference document only. All right, so I'm gonna
But
call.
that's not his only, he had a second part to it.
Well,
Second part was that it not be adopted as an amendment to the master plan.
no, the motion was over there, I was just paraphrasing
I
it.
just want to make sure it's clear that,
It was written down over there on that computer.
and that's why I'm not going to vote for this motion.
Well, you can,
I'm just telling
you
you.
can let it go in a minute. All those in favor of Mark's motion to accept it as a reference document and not put it in the master plan, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Vote.
With attention.
I think I'm gonna vote with the nays, because I think it should become a part of the master plan at some point in time. Maybe not right now. I think we should dissect it and consider putting it in. So the vote was 4-3, and the motion fails.
I'd like to make a motion.
Richard, please?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this document as a reference document with, with future plans to use it as a source for revision of the master plan.
That's where you're getting at? Yeah, I might have worded it a little different,
Yeah,
but I
I
think
would-
that's.
I'd second that.
Use it as a source for a
Source
master,
document
For-
for,
yeah,
for future.
considering it-
Document or a source.
consistent with the definition of a reference document. We'll use it as a reference for revision of when we revise the master plan.
Okay, everybody understand this motion?
Probably would have started there 3 hours, 4 hours ago.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
No.
I'm opposed. So it's 4-3. Did you vote in the affirmative, Bill?
I did.
So the motion passes 4-3.
Motion to adjourn.
Copies of the.
There's only there's one very short legal, we have a membership fee for the fiscal year for Southern Hampshire Planning.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Doesn't require any action.
Doesn't require action, but I want you to know that it's,
$11,000.
$11,102.49.
Double check how they factored that. I think they got our town population wrong.
Based on the latest
17,000 number, you think
census
it's
data.
higher or lower?
The
Said we get
latest census
17,000
data.
people in this town.
You think it's higher?
But
You think
only,
it's more than
Less
that?
but
than
only
70.
2,500
It's the
votes.
All right, there was a
latest
motion by Barbara to adjourn. Any second?
Second.
Second by Phil.
In this town?
Any more discussion? All those in favor to adjourn, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Chair votes yes.